Mr. Stewart as well. Any housekeeping points to raise this morning from anyone? Mr. Philpott.
Madam, yes, just two very briefly, please. The first just relates to the site visit itinerary. I understand that an agreed itinerary was provided to you ahead of the unaccompanied site visit. We've got the accompanied site visit coming up, and I just wanted to check whether there was anything further you would need from the parties, or whether the itinerary you already had would serve for the accompanied site visit as well. Because if there's something else needed, obviously we just need to.
If I could just comment on that, ma'am. Certainly our understanding for the accompanied tour is that once all of the heritage and townscape evidence is over, which obviously will come sometime this morning, I suspect, once Mr. Stewart's finished, that we just wanted, before the inquiry, we said the parties would then just review that itinerary to see if anything needed to be added to it. I mean, I'm certainly aware that there is something that we would think should be added as a result of some of the points that have arisen. So what we thought, ma'am, is that once Mr. Stewart is finished, he could just cast his eye over it again. It's something that we want to have added anyway. The other part, you and Historic England do the same. And then perhaps certainly during the course of tomorrow, we could provide the final itinerary to you, ma'am, if that's okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then, Madam, as I understand it from Guy's and St Thomas Trust's appearance yesterday, there were a couple of points within their estate that they volunteered to facilitate access to. And if it would be helpful, we could also, between us, add those to the itinerary if that was something you thought would be helpful.
Yes. That all sounds very sensible. I was going to say there may be. So I've obviously got the unaccompanied visit, but I didn't know if there would be any points to add to it, which I'm very comfortable with because it always happens during the course of evidence giving. And then we've got St Guy's as well. And I think what I would suggest is if we do the St Guy's bit first, not St Guy's. I keep doing this. Guy's and St Thomas. If we do that first, and then they don't have to sort of hang around.
Sure.
And we can go on our merry way for the rest of the visit. But yeah, if you can all liaise together after today and just finalise that would be really helpful, and we can chat about it tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The second point, it relates to a document submitted following cross-examination of Mr. Alford, INQ 24, which is the space syntax note about proportion of people exiting the station for various purposes. Just to say, we've now had an opportunity to look at that, making arrangements with the appellant's team for Mr. Glasgow to sit down with the relevant member of the appellant's team in order to try and understand some of the numbers that lie behind. I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at that.
I've not, no.
Note yet, but certainly we thought that for our purposes, there were certain things we wanted to understand about it. And so we're trying to deal with that outside the inquiry, and we can report back to you once that meeting has happened.
Excellent, thank you. Okay.
Yes, I have just the person who will be able to explain it all to Mr. Glasgow's heart's content, if we ever see either of them again. But yes, absolutely no problem at all. My only friend or one of his team is going to let us know when Mr. Glasgow is going to be around, and we can make the gentleman in question available. Nothing else from me, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Anything from Historic England? No, thank you. No. Okay. All right, then over to you then for cross-examination. I think you said it's about 2.5 hours. I'm not obviously,
not a lovely matter. That was my estimate. I mean, I think it probably will be fairly close to that, I have to say. There are still quite a lot of points to cover, I think. So
yeah, okay, that's helpful.
Yes. I've done my best to try and economise overnight, so see how we go.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm happy to of course to that. I just didn't know if Mr. Philpott had covered any areas that you were perhaps going through.
Well, he did, yes, of course, but still plenty left.
Okay.
I think. And I guess we'll be looking for the usual break around 11. So I will try and keep an eye on the time, but not always very good at sort of noticing it as you're in the middle of it. So I'll do my best to keep an eye on that. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Stewart.
Good morning.
Now, the first, I'm going to sort of cover various topics with you. The first is going to be kind of the timeline and your involvement in the process. And the first document to look at, I'm afraid, is obviously the one that's not on my list, which is the design and access statement. So if we could just turn to that CDA 06.
This is the 2018.
2018, yes, one. Pretty much all of the documents, but I think they're all 2018 documents.
Yeah.
And at page 72, PDF page 74.
Yeah.
You should be on a page which sets out kind of a timeline of the evolving form of the tall building.
Yeah.
And we can see from the first image and the caption above that, top row on the left, May 2014, that was when AHMM and Mr. Alford have commenced their work with this site.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we know from Mr. Alford's evidence that within 6 to 9 months, the team has settled on the concept of a tall building as being appropriate for this site. So I think that takes us to about February 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we know, we don't need to look at it, but Mr. Alford's proof, he discusses the consultation process. We've already looked at that first meeting with London Borough of Southwark in March 2015, where the stated project requirement was for a tall building. So clearly, early 2015, that was the position. In terms of your involvement, in your evidence in chief, I think you said you were involved in 2015, but I just wanted to check because I looked at your proof, on page 5, paragraph 2.2, it says PSC was appointed by Great Portland Estates in 2016 to provide advice. Would I be right in assuming probably the proof's more reliable on this?
Yes,
than what you recalled yesterday?
I think because our projects have job numbers that relate to years, it's got a 2015 job number, so that would have been the year when we were first talked to about the project.
I see.
We start talking to the client. Technically, our appointment comes. So I think they start talking to us around the end of 2015. I think they tried to get us involved earlier, and I said I was didn't have any capacity. But when they did get us involved, it would have been, as I said, around when we started becoming actively involved in the project. It would have been around the beginning of 2016, I think. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. And so it follows from the timeline we've just looked at there that by the point you became involved, the principle of a tall building was already established.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can kind of see from the timeline on this page of the DAS, where the whole of the top line of images there is within 2015. So kind of, there'd been quite a lot of iterations of design already gone through by the time you were involved.
Yeah.
And including, I think, that first image, the caption there is Metabolist Tower.
Yeah.
That, I think, is actually the model
It is.
that we see over there, isn't it, at the back
Yeah.
of the room? So if that was the first or one of the first iterations of design for this site. And you tell us in your proof of evidence at 5.2 that heritage considerations were taken into account from the outset of the process. So is it your understanding that the design we see over there represented by that model, that is a design that was informed by heritage considerations in the context of the site?
Well, I wasn't involved at that time, but yes, because AHMM are very experienced architects who don't. I mean, someone like myself would be involved in a project of this scale and importance, but it doesn't mean they don't have any understanding of their own of heritage context. They knew they were in a conservation area and so on. And I mean, I'm not sure if there are documents in front of the inquiry, but the very first pre-app document that they would produce as a matter of course would indicate, conservation area boundaries and nearby listed buildings and so on. So they would, they would always demonstrate to a local authority that they're aware of the heritage context that they're working in.
Sure. Okay. And then you tell us variously in your proof that you were appointed to provide advice, as we know, on townscape and heritage, to inform the development of project designs. You say that you were actively involved in the design process. Now, we've already established that obviously didn't extend to the principle of a tall building because that was already set. Are there any specific aspects of these designs that you can say, sort of evolved from your input or were changed as a result of your advice? Or does it not really work like that?
it could work like that if they came up with things that I thought. I mean, this is very much part of our role. It's a sort of critical friend is part of the role that we describe ourselves as undertaking. So in any given project, there may be occasions when we say, no, we really think that's a bad idea. Don't do that for the following reasons. But in the case of AHMM, they're a practice who I would say know what they're doing. And so there would have been nuances to the design that I would have commented on, including the architecture. But I can't point to specific examples that I could say it looks like that because I told them to do that. I mean, it's not really quite like that. It's more of a sort of critical review role.
You didn't. Sorry, had you finished? Sorry, yeah. Thank you. You didn't at any point raise concerns over the principle of the tall building that had already been established.
Yeah.
Didn't suggest any alternative forms of building should be. No. Okay, thank you. And then just going on to the sort of output from your assessment, specifically the kind of views and the testing that was done there. I think you were here for Mr. Alford's evidence when I sort of went through with him the 7 key views that had been agreed with Southwark in 2015.
Yeah.
And those are all, I don't know if we need to do I need to remind you of what they were, or can you know? They're all within the conservation area, aren't they? Yeah. Those 7 key views, and fair to say they're all important views for considering the impacts on heritage assets.
They are. I mean, that's very much part of what we do on a project, is we start to engage with the design team and say, these are the things that are going to be important to the local authority. You need to think very hard about these views in particular, because these are the ones where there's clearly going to be, as it were, something to discuss with the local authority. And it's typical that you end up doing a townscape assessment with up to, whatever there are, 60 views or whatever, but actually, as has happened at the inquiry and as happens in any set of pre-app meetings, it's actually typically, say, 8 or 10 of those 60 that are the ones that you spend nearly all of your time talking about, and the others are sort of seen as less significant.
Okay.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Alford, I think, confirmed the purpose of kind of agreeing those key views was to kind of allow for feedback into the design process. Designs could be tested, and presumably it was your job to do that process of the testing and work out what the effects might be from a given design. And went through those with Mr. Alford. He confirmed major or major moderate and adverse effects for all of those key views for both 2018 and 2021 schemes.
Yes, I mean we speak in plain English at that stage of the project, but it gets converted into environmental statement speak later.
Sure.
But yes.
And so we know the change of design between the 2 schemes that are before us now didn't result in a change to the outcomes of your assessment. Would it be fair as well to assume that all of the earlier design iterations that you tested against those views produced the same kind of effects, the same adverse effects?
Yes, I mean I think yes, that is right.
Yeah, you didn't test any design iterations that AHMM came up with that avoided the adverse effects from those views. No. In fairness, the types of adverse effects that were being caused, references to dominating the street scene, disrupting coherent quality, noticeable shift in the balance between historic foreground and modern background, unsatisfactory relationships with Southwark. It's fair to say, isn't it, those all flow from the principle of having a tall building in this location that's not to do with specific design details, facade treatments. It's the fact of a tall building in that location that gives rise to that type of impact.
Yes, I think that's true. Yeah.
And your testing, I suppose, really confirms that pretty much any tall building here would inevitably cause the same types of impact on heritage and views.
In a sense, yes, but in another, but again, as being clear from things that we've discussed so far, it does make a difference. The quality of what you see makes a difference. So that the effect, if it was an unsatisfactory design in its own terms, that would be a lot more harmful than one that's regarded as a high quality design.
I think an unsatisfactory building would be more harmful, but I think I can't remember whether it was in chief or in cross-examination, you sort of questioned whether it could work the other way, that a good design could reduce harm.
Yeah.
Is your position that bad design can exacerbate harm, but good design can't of itself improve can't reduce harm.
Well, it reduces it from the bad design.
Yeah.
But going back to your original point, the principle, a certain amount of the finding of harm derives from the principle, I agree, of putting a tall building in that place.
And the other amount is to do with quality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But you think both of these schemes are high quality schemes. So that is the harm that is caused is the harm that a high quality scheme would cause. A lower quality scheme might cause more harm, but wouldn't cause less harm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Just then, a couple of points on View City. Sorry to have to mention it. You looked yesterday at View 50, which is that view, St Thomas Street, London Bridge, kind of standing outside Shard Place, looking down St Thomas Street.
Yeah.
And there was some discussion of the assessed views and the fact that the full building height wasn't shown. Certainly not going to go into that technical arena that we went into yesterday. You'll be glad to hear. I think we'll all be glad. You confirmed the methodology would have allowed for that, but there weren't any images showing that full height. You didn't think it was reasonable to have images.
Well, I explained it slightly differently from that. I think what I hoped I explained was that beyond it, although the words of the methodology suggest that it's physically or mathematically possible to do that, it wouldn't give you a sensible image. That you would have departed so far from what you actually see in real life that it wouldn't be a sensible representation.
Converging verticals point.
Well, the converging verticals and the fact that you couldn't capture it in the field of human vision without turning your head, and you don't turn your head when you look at a photograph.
The craning the neck up point. Yeah. Okay. Now we know in this case that all parties had access to the View City 3D models. Fair to say that is a source of information that model could have been used or could be used to show the full height of the building from that location, because you can manipulate that model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can we just look, slightly concerned, this may be another document that wasn't on my list, which is Historic England Advice Note for Tall Buildings.
Right.
Which is CDF 07. I'm sorry, I've obviously done a very bad job of my list here.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just wait. Thank you. Excellent. Right, it's page 26, and I'm just going to double check the PDF. Lovely. Yes. 26. I think page 29 of the PDF. Although my PDF numbers seem to also correspond with the page numbers, so I don't know why that is. 29, yes. So we've got, which would be paragraph 5.8.
Yeah.
This is to do with, just in terms of context, sort of developing proposals for tall buildings is the chapter, and we're in a section on visualizations. And it tells us there are various types of illustrative material which could be submitted alongside proposals. And the second bullet, about halfway down, we find the text, where available and appropriate, images produced using computer models are helpful supplementary information to technical drawings, providing an opportunity to illustrate what the development would look like. Just pausing there, we know, where available and appropriate, we know the model was available.
Yeah.
And I think it was submitted to Southwark as part of validation, so clearly appropriate to the consideration of these schemes.
You may be right. I don't know that, but okay. Yes. You mean a digital model was?
I'm talking about View City, the 3D model, yeah. Okay, and then it continues in the text. Proposals can be viewed dynamically within the programme environment. Alternative options can be tested. I'm sure you've seen that. I've seen that as well. You can sort of manipulate it. Different layers of information can be added. So that sort of presents a different strand of evidence, doesn't it, to the assessed views? Yeah. So could possibly have been used for that View 50 point and seeing the building from that view. Another example where we might have used that, do you remember yesterday you were being asked about Southwark Cathedral and the Minerva Square and the views of Southwark from that point?
Yeah.
And I think you might recall in cross-examination you kind of queried the extent to which you would actually be able to see the proposals from that view.
Yeah.
Now, I think you were here for Mr. Young's evidence, and he said that he had gone away and tested those locations in View City, and he found the schemes were visible.
Yeah.
Now, you've obviously had time since then to check that if you wanted to, and you haven't sought to suggest that he was wrong about that, have you?
No.
And you'll be aware that both Southwark and Historic England wanted to use this model in the inquiry to give the inspector another source of information about this, but it's the position that the appellant, for whatever reason, wouldn't give permission to use that, and I think we've got some correspondence in the documents.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is that any View City is a tool that my practice has and we use, as do most architects now and as do most local authorities. But like any representation of reality, it's not reality. So you've cut out aspects of the real world if you're not in the real world. And what View City gives you is sort of the equivalent of an outline planning application, because the digital model of the world as it exists is in the form of block models, rather than, you're not in the world of sort of James Cameron and full-on sort of CGI moving around the real world like a movie. You're looking at not exactly a crude representation, but a stripped-back representation of the real world. So that all that you are really looking at is massing and volumes, and what that means is that View City tells you the extent of visibility of a proposal added to an existing scene, but it doesn't tell you what anything actually looks like. So that, for example, we know what Southwark Cathedral looks like, but so you can sort of imagine that when you look at View City, but in any given shot or movie in View City, you're moving through a world and there's a foreground building, and you think, well, I don't know what that building is. Is that a nice building or a horrible building, or how does it relate to the building behind? It doesn't tell you what things look like. It tells you how big they are and where they are. So it definitely has a value, but we say that it mainly has a value as a sort of scoping tool or as an investigative tool rather than a way of presenting a scheme. And I think that's how local authorities use it as well.
Yeah, I wasn't at the inquiry, but I think we heard yesterday, I understand it was used in the Tulip inquiry, so It was used there. And just on that point about, you said it's not reality, it cuts out aspects of the real world. That's true, but equally, you've made the point repeatedly about the assessed views and the photos, and said, well, that doesn't reflect exactly what the eye would see as a photo.
Correct. Yeah.
We can't sort of fast forward in the future and actually put something there, and we have to do the best we can, don't we, with these different strands of information to get an idea, and this is one strand that gives us something different to the photos. Neither is perfect, but they potentially can come together and be helpful supplementary information. Thank you. Right, next topic, one more of approach, I suppose, in principle, which I've headed great weight to harm. Common ground here that there is some less than substantial harm to a grade 1 and a grade 2 star listed building. And I think there was some reference to Barnwell yesterday. I think you confirmed that you're not necessarily familiar word for word, but familiar with the principles from that case. And I think we can therefore agree that establishes that these statutory duties, I'm thinking particularly section 66 here, means that a finding of harm to a listed building or its setting must be given considerable importance and weight, and that gives rise to a strong presumption against granting planning permission. And I think principles are equivalent between section 66 and section 72 for these purposes.
Yes.
And that's reflected, we know, in paragraph 199 of the framework, which says great weight should be given to the assets conservation. Now, we've obviously had some debate already about benefits and whether great weight should be given to benefits or not. But so far as harm is concerned, there's no room for any argument or debate. Is there any harm to a designated heritage asset must be given great weight and creates a strong presumption against granting planning permission. And that principle is fundamental to the balance that has to be struck by the decision maker.
It is, yes, although it's not uncommon for decisions to be made in favour of schemes. What we're asking for is for great weight to be given to what I consider to be a very small amount of harm to the assets in question. So, those two things sit together. It's not just great weight; it's great weight to a very small amount.
Yeah, but great weight being the starting point. So the sort of lowest level of harm, it's the least important heritage asset. It gets great weight, correct?
Yeah.
And then obviously from there, weight can increase as harm increases or as the importance of the asset increases.
That's true, but the effects on the highly graded assets are effects on setting, where I hope I've made clear that I think that the contribution of setting to significance is low. So in other words, the Southwark Cathedral is grade 1 listed. Its setting is not grade 1-ness. It's not a setting of grade 1 quality in the way that, for example, the setting of, let's say, Lincoln Cathedral or Canterbury Cathedral arguably might be. It's not that sort of setting, cathedral setting. So I think that does make a significant difference to the way you approach the question of the setting of that cathedral, notwithstanding that it's listed grade 1. That's very much true of the George Inn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not going to sort of go through that specific point, I think, with you in cross-examination, sort of interested in the principle, really. Just touching on that, you've talked about great weight, but to a very low level of harm. That sort of approach, you've got great weight, but then you've also got to look at the extent of the harm, and that can, the weight is not uniform. It can then vary within that depending on how big or small the harm is, shall we say. Yeah. Would you accept the same principle must apply, assuming great weight is to be given to benefits? I'm not going to go into the sort of principle of that, but the same principle would apply, wouldn't it? So a small benefit would get less weight than a big benefit.
Logically, that must follow, yeah.
Now, having accepted that principle of giving great weight as being fundamental, where in your proof or the TVIBHA or the heritage statement do you actually set that out and advise the decision maker that the harm you identify is to be given great weight?
If it doesn't, if you're telling me it doesn't say that, then I'd have to agree that it doesn't say that. I mean, I could look for it, and I presume you've looked for it.
I'm telling you it doesn't.
Yeah.
Do you accept that it doesn't?
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, so we know common ground, grade 2 star and grade 1 buildings, we have less than substantial harm to those. I can get you the references if needed. You're probably aware of these broad figures, but just 5.8% of listed buildings are grade 2 star and only 2.5% are grade 1.
I am
as being exceptionally interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so the listed buildings that you accept are harmed by these proposals are, we can agree, amongst the most important on the list, and harm to that level of importance of asset must carry very great weight indeed.
Yes, but qualified by my point about the quality of the harm being harm to the setting, and the quality of the setting being the quality of the setting doesn't flow from the quality of the asset. It's a different consideration for the reasons I gave a few minutes ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand your point on setting and how you've kind of looked at these things, but the bottom line is you still find less than substantial harm to these very highly important assets, and that harm must carry very great weight in the balance. Yes,
but I've explained why I think it's a low level of harm, and I've earlier made the distinction between harm to fabric and harm to setting. So I'm trying quite hard to suggest that although I think it's reasonable to accept that there is some harm to heritage significance, I really think that there's a difference to be made between saying Southwark Cathedral, is an important example of medieval architecture, and if one were to go and do something to the fabric of the choir of Southwark Cathedral, that would be something that would attract considerable attention and would, be an enterprise of a completely different order to building an office building on a main road, or the other side of a main road from that cathedral in central London. But those two things are completely and utterly not comparable, and so that the nature of the harm is completely and utterly different, and not particularly related to its grade 1, the reasons that it's designated as a grade 1 building.
This distinction between harm to the fabric and harm to the setting, I mean, I think you accepted yesterday in terms of the statute, section 66, that gives equal protection, shall we say, to both the listed building and its setting, and indeed features of special interest that it has.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in the same way that you know the statute doesn't refer to grades, so in the same way that everyone would accept that harm to a grade 1 building, the fabric of a grade 1 building is less significant than it's more significant than harm to the fabric of a grade 2 building. You know, you have to consider the quality of the setting in its own terms, in its contribution to significance, which is what I think we've done.
Is your position that harm to the setting is essentially always less important than harm to the fabric?
Certainly not always, but in this case, most definitely. Okay. I mean, again, I draw the distinction between, let's say, you know, the relationship between, let's say, Buckingham Palace and the Mall, for example. You know, the Mall is a designed part of the setting of Buckingham Palace. It would be unreasonable to say the Mall doesn't contribute to the heritage significance of Buckingham Palace, and that if you were to do something that interfered with the character of the Mall, that could have a significant effect on the quality of Buckingham Palace, such as it is. But it's not like that in this conservation area, and it's not like that in the relation to the setting of the cathedral. A medieval church and its churchyard in a village, you know, the churchyard as part of the setting of the church is absolutely inherent, even if it's not part of the listing. It's absolutely inherent to the quality of the church, and the quality of the churchyard and the quality of the church sit together, and the churchyard is an inherent part of the setting. Not even necessarily, you wouldn't even necessarily call it a designed part. It is part of the setting of the church. Again, this conservation area is, you know, the considerations are completely different in the heart of a world city, when everything, as we've discussed, within the conservation area is very varied and mixed up.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic, which is Edith Summersgill House versus the Tulip. Now, I'm certainly not going to isn't it? I'm not going to go into, you know, the rights and wrongs of the approaches and, you know, the sort of principle of it. I just want to kind of clarify your approach to it. And we know from Edith Summersgill House, I think the idea essentially is that one has to determine what proportion of the significance of a heritage asset is affected, to then determine what harm is caused. And now I heard your evidence in chief, and that was sort of put to you, and you said that you understood and agreed with that approach. And it coincided with your view about the big difference between direct effects on fabric and indirect effects on setting, which you sort of elaborated on just now.
Yeah.
Fine, but then in cross-examination you were taken to the Tulip decision, and that paragraph 16 in the Secretary of State's decision letter, where he said that the key point in assessing harm is not whether some elements of significance are left untouched, but the importance of what is affected, in that case the setting. And you agreed that was consistent with the PPG, and you said it was the approach that you adopted, and you didn't seek to justify a different approach. Do you remember that? So sort of left with a slight uncertainty here, because on one hand you're saying Edith Summersgill House, you agreed with that, but on the other hand you're saying Tulip, yeah, that's what I've done. So I just wanted to explore, to take to a couple of points in the proof, just to try and understand what approach you followed. Because I think that neither the proof, I mean, to be fair to you, none of the heritage witnesses have actually gone into this issue in terms of their proof and kind of explained, you know, what they think about it. Could say a bit more of a lawyer's point, perhaps.
Could be.
Could be. Now, let's take you to paragraph 5.64. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, yeah, we'd be out of a job if there were no lawyer points. Right. 5.64. Yeah. Tell me when you're... Yeah, you've got there, thank you. Now, about 2/3 of the way down the paragraph, this is your sort of concluding paragraph on the cathedral, where you come to the conclusion of less than substantial harm. About 2/3 of the way down, you say, when one considers that most of the cathedral's significance subsists in its fabric, that its setting is varied and takes in many large commercial buildings, and that most of its immediate setting is modern, it's apparent that any harm to its significance is minor. You are there, I think, aren't you, when saying most of the cathedral's significance subsists in its fabric, you are reaching a view on the amount or proportion of significance that's derived from the fabric versus the setting, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we look at 5.68, which is your concluding paragraph, Guy's Hospital, and on page 37, so over the page, second bit of the paragraph, 3 lines down, you say most aspects of the hospital and its setting would be unaffected by the 2018 scheme. Seems there you're taking into account elements of significance that are left untouched, essentially in reaching a view about the level of harm. Would that be fair?
I suppose so. I mean, it's a statement of fact, but I put it in there because I consider it relevant.
Yeah, you're forming a judgment about what proportion of the aspects of the hospital setting, i.e. its significance, contribution to significance, would be either affected or unaffected. So it's this sort of, again, this approach of trying to identify what proportion is affected, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I think that is a relevant consideration. Yeah. But I don't necessarily think it's inconsistent with the tulip point.
Do you want to explain that?
Well, I mean, you have to. I mean, each case is different. You have to consider what it is that is what the effect is going to be, and what aspects of significance are being harmed, and so on and so on in an individual case. I think. I mean, personally, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but you know, each judgment that comes out, you know, the Summerskill case and the Tulip case are kind of interesting because they're completely and utterly different projects. So they purport to raise sort of points of general application. That's why they're being discussed here. I can see that. But, you know, the considerations in each case, in every respect, in terms of the actual setting as it exists and the actual proposal, are completely and utterly different. And as is this third case that we're dealing with at present, so that I'm always slightly wary of reading across judgments from one appeal decision to another. I suppose is what I'd say. I'm more interested in the case in point.
Okay. All right. Next topic is design quality. Now, taking up your proof again. Just in terms of the structure of this, obviously the structure kind of repeats for 2018 and then 2021. On page 13, well, page 8, you've got your sort of introduction to the scheme itself, and kind of the sort of context, I suppose, and what is sort of setting the scene, if you like. Yeah. Then in section 4 on page 13, we start off with a section headed the scheme design, do you see?
Yeah.
So you have a section on that, and I think at 4.5 is your conclusion on this subsection.
Yeah.
Result is a building that's a work of architecture of high quality in its own right that relates successfully to its immediate and wider context.
Yeah.
So that's your conclusion there. And then later in the heritage assessment part of the proof, you then refer back to that fact that the design is high quality in your view when you're assessing the nature of impacts, don't you?
Yeah.
2 examples I've picked out, there are others. You say paragraph 5.25, if a building is a high standard of architecture, it's likely to add positively to views. Yeah. And 5.32, high quality of design will be a factor that will tend to result in effects being positive rather than negative.
Yeah.
So you're taking that conclusion on quality of design and you're feeding that into heritage assessment.
Yeah.
Sort of two kind of points from what you said in those paragraphs. First of all, now first you told us that you said you view the Shard as high quality architecture. You said that in your brief, you said that in your evidence, but you did accept in cross-examination yesterday that it has a visually unsatisfactory relationship in certain views of Southwark Cathedral. And that is the same type of relationship which led you to conclude there would be harm in respect to the appeals schemes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So high quality design, in your view, doesn't necessarily lead to positive effects on your own analysis. That's the case where there are negative effects from that design. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
yes, in relation to the visual effects and the relationship between a new project and its context. I mean, that's yes, that's right.
Well, you say visual effects, but that same type of relationship in relation to the appeal schemes, I think we were looking particularly at 2018, but the same applies. That resulted in heritage harm as well, didn't it? Because of that visual effect.
As a consequence of the visual effects, yeah.
And the same would apply with the shard, presumably. Yeah. And then second, if high quality design, in your view, tends to result in positive effects, the converse would also be true. I think you've perhaps already touched on this. Poor design would tend to result in negative effects.
Yes.
Yeah. Example being Guy's Tower, which you consider not attractive and it has an unsatisfactory appearance. And your assessment is that has a negative visual effect when it's seen. And I think you said in cross-examination, I think this was in relation to Guy's Hospital, a marginal effect on the ability to appreciate significance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, going back to the sort of structure point in the proof, sort of already established your approach on that. Can we look at the National Design Guide, please? CDD 20.
Yeah.
And page 4, which is, lost my own pagination here. I think it's page 8 of the PDF.
Yeah.
And within the section headed how to use this design guide, we find at paragraph 15 at the end of the paragraph, the statements in this guide provide a series of tests for assessing whether a place is well designed or not. If they are not met, then it can be concluded that it is not well designed. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So whether a proposal does represent good or high quality design can be judged by considering the 10 characteristics in this document.
Yeah.
Now let's go to page 10. Which is page 14 of the PDF. Paragraph 40. Yeah. Paragraph 4. This is within context. This first of the characteristics of good design. Paragraph 40. Well-designed places are, last bullet point, responsive to local history, culture, and heritage. Do you see?
Yeah.
And then the following page, it's essentially the same point. Paragraph 41. Well-designed new development responds positively to the features of the site itself and the surrounding context beyond the site boundary. And second bullet point down, we give again a reference to local heritage.
Yeah.
So if based on this and the statement in paragraph 15 we just looked at, if the inspector finds that the proposal does not respond well to local history and heritage and the surrounding context, that would be an indication it's not well designed.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's right.
And then continuing on paragraph 43 on the same page, well-designed development is demonstrably based on understanding of the existing situation, including the second bullet point, patterns of built form, including local precedents for routes and spaces, and the built form around them to inform the layout, grain, form, and scale. And then the third bullet point refers to architecture prevalent in the area, including the local vernacular and other precedents that contribute to local character to inform the form, scale, appearance, details, and materials of new development. So if the inspector finds that the form and scale of these schemes are not demonstrably based on local patterns of built form and architecture prevalent in the area, that again is an indication the schemes are not well designed.
I wouldn't say that necessarily follows. I mean, this guidance is I suppose it's called the National Design Guide, so it's intended to be of general application. But I think most of it is focused on the design of new housing, which is what most development is, low rise. I don't think there's a section in this guide on tall. Is there a section on tall buildings? But the consequence of the part that you were putting to me is that, if it would be impossible to put our case is that a new tall building in this location, it does relate to its context because an area where there are tall buildings. So I'm comfortable about the prospect of a tall building in this area for that reason. But following the line of logic that you were referring to, it wouldn't be possible to agree to put a new tall building in an area where there weren't already tall buildings. Well, that can't be right. It's inherent in it. I think, as I've said somewhere in my evidence, any tall building is likely to be placed around lower buildings. I mean, that's the point of calling it a tall building in a way. It's taller than its surroundings. So introducing a tall building into an existing environment results in some form of contrast with the lower buildings. The general design principles within the National Design Guide accept that there's can be a virtue in contrast as well as conformity. If you could give me a moment, I could find that reference, but it does say that somewhere. Well, paragraph 16, for example.
16. Okay. I mean, like any document like this, it's a statement of broad principles. There are lots of different principles in there.
Yeah.
Not suggesting that absolutely every single test is going to be met in every single case.
No.
But it does tell us that we've already looked at the statements in this guide provide a series of tests for assessing whether a place is well designed or not. If they're not met, it can be concluded it's not well designed. These are indications a decision maker can have regard to whether or not development does meet what's said in these paragraphs as being indicative of towards an overall view of whether or not this is good design. These are material points.
But they are material points, but I think there's a particular point about introducing tall buildings into an area that's in a way probably why we're all here. But tall buildings are approved and built. They inevitably contrast with their surroundings. Some of them are approved and built within conservation areas, as we're proposing here. And it's inherent in any good design guidance, some of which I've written in the past, not this one, that you would acknowledge that good places and changes to places can be successful changes to places can be brought about by introducing contrast as well as conformity. And paragraph 16 of the National Design Guide says about well-designed places and the importance of a story. It may draw its inspiration from the site, its surroundings, or a wider context. It may also introduce new approaches to contrast with or complement its context. So, in a 66-page document, they're trying to sort of, it's very tough to write a document like this because it's meant to cover perhaps all different circumstances that might arise from sort of greenfield low-rise housing to building a large new office building in the heart of a city. That's quite difficult to adduce general principles that would cover all of those circumstances. And so inevitably, I can find something in here that I think supports the case that I'm making, that this is an appropriate change to the site. And there are other statements about context that you've pointed to that take a slightly different approach.
Yeah, I mean, this paragraph we've just been looking at, paragraph 43, it's not necessarily saying you can never have something different or contrast. It wants development to be carefully cited and designed and demonstrably based on an understanding of the existing situation. So if the inspector finds that form and scale are not demonstrably based on an understanding of local patterns of built form and architecture, on the wording of that paragraph, that does indicate it's not well designed, doesn't it? That's what the paragraph is saying.
It's a consideration, and I draw your attention to the design and access statement, which, in my view, is an extraordinarily sort of thorough exposition of an understanding of the context within which they're building. Yeah,
and you'll understand that's obviously a point of disagreement between us. But just rounding off this point, that third bullet point there. Similarly, if the inspector finds that the proposed layouts of the site are not demonstrably based on an understanding of local precedents for routes and spaces and the built form around them, again, that indicates it's an indication, it's a consideration that would suggest it's not well designed.
It could be, but I think you have to also acknowledge the possibility of changing a place as well as conforming to what's there.
Isn't the kind of overall message that we get from this document and particularly this characteristic of good design context, that one can't reach a proper conclusion on the quality of design without considering its relationship with the surrounding context and heritage?
I certainly agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, when we look back at your proof, I think we've already agreed that what you've done there is look at design and reach a conclusion on it being high quality, and then feed that into the heritage assessment. So you haven't waited until you've done the heritage assessment to then decide whether or not it is overall a good design, have you? You have looked at it in its own right, and then looked at the heritage impact.
Well, you have to, yes, but you have to. Then I reach an overall conclusion. I mean, you have to do one thing first and then the other, and it is possible to consider. You can take that. It is a sensible thing and appropriate thing to do, to take that model out of the base and look at it as a work of architecture and say, is this a well-designed building? That's one consideration, and then you also consider, is it in a building that's appropriate to its context? I mean, that's absolutely inherent to any design assessment in the planning system. Those two things sit together, and they sort of influence each other. And I mean, any architect designing a building in a city, his starting point is his or her starting point is the context, and that's, I think, what the design and access statement demonstrates.
Thank you. Right, next topic is the character and appearance of the conservation area. Can we go to the framework, please? CDD01, and it's page 55 of both the PDF and the hard copy.
Yeah.
And paragraph 191.
Yeah.
When considering the designation of conservation areas, local planning authorities should ensure that an area justifies such status because of its special architectural or historic interest, and that the concept of conservation is not devalued through the designation of areas that lack special interest.
Yeah.
That reflects the statutory duty, doesn't it, to designate areas of special architectural or historic interest, the character or appearance of which it is desirable to preserve or enhance. That's section 69. Can we look at Historic England Advice Note 1, CDF 05?
Yeah.
And it's page 5 of the hard copy, page 9 of the PDF.
Yeah.
And I'm looking particularly at paragraph 11. This is all about designation at this stage, appraisal, designation, and management.
Oh, hang on, sorry, I've got the wrong. What's the
PDF page 9, hard copy page 5.
Yeah.
Paragraph 11.
Yeah.
It's talking about kind of designation. There's likely to be a stage when a decision will need to be taken as to the significance of the area, and the likelihood of conservation area designation addressing relevant problems.
Yeah.
And so the purpose is to consider whether an area has A, sufficient architectural or historic interest for the area to be considered special, B, whether this is experienced through its character or appearance, and then C, whether it's desirable for that character or appearance to be preserved or enhanced, and what problems designation could help to solve. Now, 2 points flow from that. Firstly, the key purpose of designating a conservation area is to conserve aspects of an area which are of special architectural and historic interest.
Yeah.
And that the character and appearance that is to be preserved or enhanced is that which embodies or allows one to experience the special architectural historic interest.
Yeah.
And so when assessing the effect of development on the conservation area, the inspector shouldn't be concerned with kind of character or appearance in a general sense or by reference to townscape, should she? It's got a specific meaning referring back to the special architectural and historic interest of the area.
Yeah.
We've got to ask ourselves how a proposal relates or responds to that special architectural and historic interest.
Yeah.
And in terms of understanding what that special interest is, the conservation area appraisal is, of course, an important source of information on that.
Yeah.
So let's look at the conservation area appraisal, and it's CDE 06. And page 5, hard copy and PDF.
Yeah.
Just wait for my learning friend to get there. Okay, so page 5, paragraph 1.1.1, the purpose. I think we've probably already looked at this already. Purpose of this document is to provide an account of the conservation area. Yeah.
Yep.
4 lines down, it's intended to assist and guide all those involved in development. And towards the end of that paragraph, it will be used by the council in assessing the design of development proposals.
Yep.
And we know from paragraph 1.1.4 that it's been prepared following guidance given by English Heritage in their note on this subject. Now, just want to look specifically at what it says about building heights in the conservation area. And firstly, page 21, please.
Yeah.
This is just in terms of setting the scene. We're in section 3, headed character and appearance of the area. This is the key section, isn't it, which describes or appraises the character and appearance of the area, which we know is what is supposed to be preserved and enhanced.
Yeah.
And if we go to paragraph 3.1.6, which is over the page on page 22, it tells us that the townscape of the conservation area is an eclectic mix of materials and details, reflecting its evolution over a long period. Consequently, its overall identity is to do as much with scale and form as with materials and detail. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then going more into the detail, if we turn, please, to paragraph 3.2.2, well, page 25.
Yeah.
We've got references in paragraph 3.2.2 about halfway down. There's a consistency of height. This is the junction of Southwark. The junction of Southwark Street and Borough High Street is a landmark location. So just in terms of where we are, there's a consistency of height with a parapet at 3 to 4 stories and a roof story setback behind it. You see that?
Yep.
And then 3.2.4, a pre-19th century scale survives on the eastern side, retains narrow fronted buildings in 3 and 4 stories.
Yep.
And then 3.2.6. Buildings on both on the western side and the opposite side of Borough High Street, developed on historic burgage plots with narrow 3 to 4 story frontages. So we know, don't we, on Borough High Street, I mean, we can see it in person and on the model, both north and south of Southwark Street, there's a consistent 3 to 4 story scale of buildings there.
Yeah.
And then if we go to 3.5.1, well, we probably don't need to go to it. We've already established, I think, consistency of architecture is also a defining feature of St Thomas Street in that part of the conservation area. And within the audit of buildings, they're all described as between 2 and 4 stories. And we can see that on site, can't we?
Yeah.
So it's clear, isn't it, that this consistent scale and height of existing development is part of what makes the area distinctive and special compared with other nearby areas, for example, around London Bridge Station.
That's true, but it's true of almost any conservation area that's pre-modern, that it would tend to be at that sort of scale.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a particularly unusual feature.
No, I'm not suggesting it's unusual.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we already know that the overall identity is as much to do with scale and form of development, and we know what that scale and form is, and that's an important part of its character and appearance in the terms that we've discussed it.
Yeah.
And we know that since this was written, we've got Shard Place within the boundary of the conservation area, but leaving that aside as an outlier, you don't disagree otherwise with what is said in the conservation area appraisal as to the existing scale and form of development or its importance to the character and appearance of the area.
Well, I agree that's a correct characterisation of the scale of the area. I don't agree that it's part of what makes it special. Its special qualities, I would say, something different.
Right. Okay. Now I've looked through your proof in the heritage statement and the TVI BHA. I haven't found any recognition or acknowledgement in any of those documents that this consistent building height is an important aspect of character and appearance, probably because of you've just said you don't think it is.
Well, I don't.
You don't agree.
It's it's a correct description of the conservation area, and it's a scale of development, as I've said, is common to any sort of pre-modern part of London.
Can we go now to page 54? And we should be in a section headed Borough High Street Guidelines.
Yeah.
And paragraph 5.1.1. This section of the report draws out from the appraisal those themes that are essential to the conservation area's historical character, to which new development and improvement should pay heed to. Leaving aside the grammar there, it's clear, isn't it? Yes. Maybe I'm being slightly pedantic. It's the things that are in this chapter are things that new development should be paying heed to, should be complying with.
That's what that sentence says. The next sentence says it's not meant to be prescriptive or exclude innovation.
No, correct. Not meant to exclude innovation. It does say, though, in the next paragraph, architectural style in terms of design of elevation, selection of materials, detailing is only part of the concern. Equally important are townscape issues of mass, overall form, building placement, etc., etc.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
And we know already that part of the purpose of this document is to assess development proposals, whether they should be permitted or not.
Yeah.
So these guidelines should be a key consideration, shouldn't they, in the design development of any new building in the conservation area?
Yes.
And new buildings that follow those guidelines are more likely to preserve and enhance the special character of the area than those that don't follow the guidelines.
Probably, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that it's a matter of. I mean, it depends on the project, but yes, probably.
All right, let's look at what they say about height of buildings. Just check my reference here. Yeah, page 56. There's a heading building form. 5.2.5, the common building forms in the conservation area also determine the way development and changes should take place. And then the last bullet point is what I'm interested in. Depending on the location in the conservation area, building heights range from a minimum of 3-storey elevations to the main street frontages up to 4 to 5 stories with attic stories behind the parapet line. It is important to retain the variation of building heights that is characteristic of this area. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then on page 57, paragraph 5.2.7, there's no reason why new building design should not follow these basic disciplines, observing the scale of the earlier buildings by reference to ordering elements, string courses and structural spacing. Overall heights of buildings and their position on the street need also to conform to the established street envelope, but the manner of expression can be entirely modern. In each situation, buildings should remain within the range of heights of the block of buildings in which they are sited. Now, the overall message, I think, there is that modern architecture is welcomed, but it needs to respect the prevailing heights of the surrounding area. Would you accept that?
That's what that says, yeah.
Yeah. And I went through this with Mr. Alford, and he asked him whether there was any specific document containing an analysis of how the schemes perform against these guidelines. He didn't identify one. I'm right, aren't I, in saying there isn't such an analysis in any of the documents?
I think that's probably true, yeah.
And it's clear, isn't it, that the guidelines that I've just read out to you in 5.25 and 5.27, the scheme doesn't comply with those guidelines. The building is not remaining within the range of heights of the block of buildings in which it's sited, and it's not retaining the variation of building heights that's characteristic of the conservation area.
That's true, yeah.
You don't acknowledge that failure to comply with the guidelines at any point in your documents, do you? But that is something that the inspector ought to have regard to when assessing these proposals, isn't it? The fact that the adopted conservation area appraisal guidelines are not met.
It's a consideration, yeah.
Right. The listed terrace. Just a few points on this. Just want to sort of explore just briefly the difference between the two schemes here. You, in your proof of evidence at paragraph 3.7, which is on page 10, you describe how the design has responded to various considerations, including the effect of proposals on the listed buildings on site in the paragraph above. And you say, middle of the paragraph, the form was developed through the introduction of a curve on the north facade to provide sufficient breathing space and sky visibility to the rear of the listed Georgian terrace. You see that as something, in sort of colloquial terms, good.
Yeah.
It's good to provide breathing space and sky visibility to the rear of the terrace.
Yeah.
Now, we know if we compare the 2021 scheme, well, we probably don't need to look at any image. We know what it looks like. It's built right back up to the back of the terrace, isn't it? And in fact, it projects over a bit, and there's not a breathing space there between the new building and the terrace, and the sky space is reduced.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
So it must follow, in your view, that so far as the terrace is concerned, the 2021 scheme responds less successfully to the terrace than the 2018 scheme does.
Well, it takes a different approach. I mean, I think the important thing about both of the schemes is there are some situations where if you get a retained facade, you get a new building rising behind so close that it's obvious that you've just retained a facade and sort of stuck a big new building behind it, and the thing that's on front must be a retained facade and part of the building behind, and that is, it is revealed even to the layperson that's a retained facade, which is essentially a sort of bogus approach to conservation. What's proposed here is a restoration of the terrace as pretty much a freestanding building, which it isn't at the moment, so that in both schemes you can see the front of the terrace, and from public areas you can see the back of the building, and you can understand its historic form. It doesn't have its historic setting, but you can understand its historic form. And in the second scheme, in the 2021 scheme, yes, the arrangement is different, and the building does come closer in plan to the back of the terrace, but it's still possible to stand under an extremely tall space in fresh air at the back of the terrace and see the sky in the gap between the building and the terrace. It's a different arrangement, but it's still that important effect of the project in sort of freeing up the terrace as a freestanding piece, not the present situation. So I do see that as a heritage benefit of both projects, is achieved in both schemes. And it's true that in standing in St Thomas Street, if you're certainly on the north side of the street, you will see in each case a large new building rising behind the terrace, but your understanding of what's going on is achieved not just by looking at it, but by having a walk around and understanding the area through your experience of it, not just in taking a photograph of it. And that's something that's very, very different from the experience of plugging on a listed facade onto a new building, which is something that's done in some cases.
If it is a good thing in the 2018 scheme to pull away the tall building from the back of the terrace, give that breathing space and give sky visibility, reducing that in the 21 scheme must be less successful on that specific aspect of the relationship with the terrace, mustn't it?
I think in that respect the 2018 scheme is better, but I think that the 2021 scheme is a perfectly successful and acceptable way of doing it for the reasons, because I think that the point that I've made is a more important aspect of the effect on the terrace.
Can I just come back to the point you made about the facade? And you were talking about cases where, because of the way a building's been built, it's obvious that a facade has just been stuck on a modern building, which you describe as a bogus approach to conservation. Thinking about the 2021 scheme in Keats House, where you've got that curve on the flank wall.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically exactly what's happening there, isn't it? That is making it obvious that is a facade stuck onto a modern building. Would you agree with that?
Well, if you looked at it carefully, yes, but it is a retained facade, so that's a different condition. That's dealing with what's presently a retained facade and actually turning it into a freestanding building. So it's going halfway towards dealing with the point I was making.
It's a facade at the moment, but from the street, I don't know whether you would accept, but not immediately obvious that it's just a facade in terms of its position in the street scene and its relationship with it.
Well, it's not immediately obvious because it's in a terraced form, but you can see, if you choose to look, you can see that the return flank at the top is clearly not part of the original building, and I think that the proposals give it a proper return in the form that it would have had in Victorian times. So it's moving it closer towards. I mean, it isn't. It's being moved along the street. It's not a sort of authentic restoration of an original building, but it is, I think, improving it by returning it to a freestanding form and by giving it designed returns.
But the curved return, specifically in the 2021 scheme, that's not something that's consistent with a historic appearance of that building. That does make it obvious that it's a facade, doesn't it?
I think it makes it obvious that the building's been rebuilt and isn't in an original form.
More obvious than it is now that it's just a facade.
Yes, probably.
Yeah. Back to the terrace, the rear elevations. You say in your proof, the scheme provides an opportunity to enjoy previously inaccessible elevation of the terrace. I think you see that as a benefit of the scheme. Just want to dig out Mr. Alford's proof just to look at one photo, because I think this is maybe the only photo we've got of pre-2000 and I forgot 2008, pre-1980 works. Page 27 of his proof.
Yeah.
There's that black and white photo there. Figure 71, pre-1980s photo of the back of the Georgian terrace showing the original brick skin, window layout and roof structure.
Yeah.
So that's how it looked before 1980.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Alford confirmed in his factual presentation that when it was listed, the listing was really about the buildings in the street, i.e. St Thomas Street. I think that's Mr. Young's view as well. Yeah. It's all about the frontage. What evidence have you seen that the rear elevations were designed to be seen and appreciated by the public?
But they wouldn't have been. I mean, that's not how the back of a traditional terrace works. They'd have been backing onto private land.
Yeah, and we know, well, we can see it helpfully on this page as well, in the model over there with the orange. We've got the white and the orange bits that indicate what's original fabric and what's 1980s. And we know that none of the original rear elevations exist, save for number 14, which is overclad.
Yeah.
So in terms of revealing the back elevation, we can agree that it wouldn't be original historic fabric that would be revealed.
That's right.
I mean, query number 14, to what extent it would be possible to retain that, an unknown, but by and large, it's not going to be original fabric there. And in 2018, thinking about the public's appreciation of these rear elevations, the key feature that's going to be noticed by the public in the 2018 scheme is going to be the shop fronts, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
Yeah. And Mr. Young's correct to say that, and I think you'd agree based on what you just said about the rear elevations, it's not historically authentic to have shop fronts at the rear of Georgian terraces. That's inverting the hierarchy of those buildings as they were designed. Yeah,
I mean, it's an imaginative recreation of a listed terrace that's bringing it back into a new use.
Not a recreation, because obviously shop fronts wouldn't have been there when they were built.
Yeah.
And then in 2021, I mean, kind of same point, we've already touched on it. In that scheme, in terms of the public's appreciation of the rear elevation, that would be severely compromised by those huge pillars placed directly up against it, wouldn't it?
Well, no, I'm not sure. I mean, the pillars would be there, but you'd understand the majority. Well, you would see the whole of they're not attached, so you can see that the whole of the elevation is freestanding from the new building.
Okay, just want to look at that view 50 again, which is page 256 and 257, well, specifically 257 of the 2018 TVI BHA, so CDA 12. Sorry, I'm babbling away. Page 257 of 2018. TVIBHA, sorry. View 50. Looked at it. Got a good airing. This inquiry. Now, we've looked at this lots of times. We know your assessment on this about the degree to which the development dominates the existing street scene, coherent quality of the existing view is disrupted, and that's major significance and an adverse effect. And that, I think we know from your cross-examination yesterday, that this is one of the views which fed into your finding of harm in the conservation area.
Yeah.
I just want to try and understand, because that's view 50. Now here we're standing, I think, roughly level with Bowland House, which is the east wing of the Guy's forecourt. If we just skip ahead to view 51, so if we look at page 261 now, we're still in proposed.
Yeah.
Now we can see where we are here. That's Coney Bear House. So this is the west wing, was roughly level with the west wing now.
Yeah.
Or just before we get to that. And now suddenly I'm finding at 5638 significant, this is major, but the effect would be beneficial. I'm just struggling to understand how, just by walking the width of Guy's forecourt, we can go from an adverse major effect to a beneficial major effect, not gone very far down the road.
Yeah.
Can you just explain that to me?
Yes, I can. And it doesn't surprise me that you asked, because it was asked by our own team when we wrote that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's explained in the narrative above, and in the conclusions. But I mean, I'll try and sort of paraphrase it. Once you get very close to a tall building, the closer you get to a tall building, the less its height is apparent and the less you're aware of it, because you just, if you stand right next to the Shard, you're not really aware that the Shard is there as the tallest building in Western Europe. What you're most aware of is its base. And similarly, as you get closer, once you're in St Thomas Street, for example, as you've gone further from here, there comes a point where your main experiences of those buildings, the 19th and 18th century buildings on either side of you in St Thomas Street, and the modern stuff that sits behind them and is beyond, is of less significance, because your immediate environment is formed by the older buildings. When you're further away in the view 50 view, then the tall building is more visually dominant. So it's a common aspect of tall buildings that the most visually dominant effects tends to be those at mid-distance rather than close up. But when you're a long way away, they're not very visually dominant, and when you're very close to them, they're not very visually dominant. It's the mid-distance effects, and all of the ones that have been most discussed in this inquiry, I would call the mid-distance effects rather than the close or distant effects, and that's why there is a difference. And these are snapshots, as we've explained in the way we approach these things. As you walk to west along St Thomas Street, if you're on the north side, but much less so on the south side. But if you're walking along on the north side of St Thomas Street, at the view 50 point, you're very, very aware of the presence of the tower. And as you get closer to the site, you're less aware of it, because the buildings that line the street frontage have become more present in your field of view. And you're aware, as you get closer still, you're seeing the entrance courtyard to the tower in the new gap in the street, which we see as a positive aspect of the street scene.
Now, I mean, this is obviously within the visual assessment, assessing visual effects. Just thinking, though, from the perspective of heritage impact, we know view 50, that pulls through to a heritage impact because of the effect on the street scene, and so on. Just thinking, I mean, I understand your point about, where you are, the view, this is a photo of a particular view and that sort of thing. But in terms of heritage impact, I mean, in this picture, the tall building's still going to be disrupting the coherent quality of the view of the conservation area, isn't it? Is the effect really that different in heritage terms? I understand your visual point.
Well, it's a visual effect, and the appearance of the conservation area as part of its character. So in that regard, it's an aspect of it.
Is there a different heritage effect on contribution to significance, ability to appreciate significance? Is there a different effect from view 51 than there was to view 50?
Yes.
How?
Yeah.
How is there?
Because your appreciation of the qualities of the 19th, 18th, 19th century buildings, since you've got closer to them, so you've got a better understanding of the historic street scene and better awareness of it. So your awareness of the historic aspects of the street scene, of this part of the street scene, has been increased because you're closer to them, and your awareness of the tall building has reduced because you've got closer to its base, and its height is less apparent.
I mean, yeah, you say the awareness is reduced. I remember when you were giving your evidence yesterday, you were sort of looking at your field of view and you were looking at the inspector, but you were sort of making the point that in your wide, you could still see everything.
Yeah.
In your wider field of view, you couldn't see the detail.
Yeah.
You're still going to clearly see and be aware, although maybe not the focus.
Yeah.
There's a huge towering block above you in this view, aren't you?
Yeah.
And so how is that not disrupting the coherent quality of the conservation area street scene?
Well, it's an addition to the street scene.
Yeah.
It's not changing anything about that which exists. So you've got what is presently sky becomes new building, but the visibility of the sky is not is not part of the character, the quality of the conservation area.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about the visibility of the sky. You found on view 50, the development was dominating the existing street scene and disrupting the coherent quality of the existing view. Now, we've just accepted that in this view, although we don't see it in the photo, you would still be very much aware of the height of the tall building above you in your wider field of view.
You'd be less aware of it for the reasons I've given.
But still aware, it would very much be there above you.
Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to ignore that. So, I mean, that's still going to be dominating the street scene and disrupting the coherent quality, isn't it?
Well, I think I don't think that's right, because for the reasons I've given, I think as you get closer, your experience of that which is of value in the conservation area is more apparent to you, and the presence of the tower is less apparent to you. So the balance of the two has shifted. Both of those things have shifted. You've become better aware of the historic street scene, and your field of view is less dominated by the new building.
And we know that in terms of your heritage assessment, you told us yesterday that it's where you've got the adverse effects on the views that then pulls through into the finding of harm. If the inspector were to find that, contrary to your assessment, there is an adverse effect on this view rather than a beneficial effect, that would be an element of heritage harm then that had been left out of your assessment, wouldn't it?
Well, not left out. She'd reach a different view from me. Yeah, but
it would be something that you hadn't taken into account when you reached a view on.
Well, I think I have taken it into account, and I've reached the view I've reached.
Sure.
But I think the important thing is to consider the dynamic view and the walk along the street, as opposed to, of which these snapshots are an unsatisfactory representation, I suppose, is the way I would put it. Incomplete.
Matt, I'm about to go on to I don't have a huge amount on guys. I don't know whether you want me to press on. I mean, I'm making really good progress. I'm well over halfway. I could either just do this topic, or we could break now and
let's have a break. Yeah. So if we come back at 11:15.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if you want to continue, if you're ready.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Right, I've labelled this guy's hospital, but really it's more of an example, a sort of worked example in terms of how you've approached the extent of the harm that you find in these cases. And I just want to look at the built heritage assessment and the kind of methodology in there. So we're in CD 12.2 and it's page 341. This is one that at the moment I don't have up on my screen, so I can't give you the PDF number.
Yeah.
It's 7. Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, yes, of course, because it's a separate. Thank you. Yes. Just this is where you explain the methodology that you've used in the heritage assessment, and we've already looked at the sensitivity. We looked at that yesterday in terms of how that's arrived at importance, and then sensitivity to change and the moderating of that. We've looked at that. Over the page, we've got the sort of next component is magnitude of effect, and we can see that that is assessed. This is 1018 according to the degree of change to the heritage asset or its setting. And you note in paragraph 1019 that the magnitude of effect is likely to be greater with a direct effect, but you acknowledge that indirect effects, for example, on views which contribute to the significance of a heritage asset of high significance, such as a grade 1 building, could be major.
Yes, I mean, the example given is of new development obscuring a view, which I think is really important to our work, that there's this distinction I would make, which isn't stated in terms there, but putting something in front of blocking a view of something that's of interest is completely different from putting something in its backdrop, in my opinion.
Okay. That's what the magnitude of effect is, and we can see in table 3.4 the different gradations of magnitude that are available. And I just want to focus on major. The definition of a major magnitude of effect is a considerable effect on the heritage asset or its setting.
Yes.
And obviously we know those effects can be beneficial or adverse or neutral.
Yeah.
And looking at, and then there's the sensitivity and magnitude then combined to an overall significance. That's what can be beneficial or adverse or neutral.
Yeah.
And then just looking at the example of Guy's Hospital, it starts at page 349, but I think the sort of summaries of, in terms of your methodology and kind of where things are graded, is on page 350.
Yeah.
And we can see there that you assess this Guy's Hospital as a heritage asset of high sensitivity. Presumably that's because it's a grade 2-star building and you've not moderated that judgment in terms of quality.
That's right.
Yeah. And then we have at 12105, the magnitude of change to the setting is major.
Yeah.
We know that is so there's a considerable effect on the setting.
Yeah.
In your methodology. And then we can see that combining those two, high sensitivity and major magnitude, gives us an overall significance of major. And then you confirm that's an adverse effect.
Yeah.
Just looking back at the matrix on page 342, table 3.5 now.
Yeah.
Just confirming how you got to that. Along the top, we've got sensitivity. We know we're in high, and then down the side, magnitude. We know it's major. So that gives us, that's where we get the major, and we can see within your methodology, this is the highest level of effect possible to the significance of the designated heritage asset, isn't it?
No.
No.
No. Because by that point, you haven't considered the narrative about the effect on significance. This is a. I mean, you correctly went through the steps,
Mm-hmm.
but the steps don't the consideration of effect on significance is not considered until after you've identified whether the effect is minor, moderate, or major. Because the point of the process, I mean, this was discussed with Southwark's ES reviewers, and we disagree with them about how this was done. Our methodology is one that we have derived to our own satisfaction, that we think is helpful to those considering projects and actually to the public as well, which is something you're supposed to do in environmental assessment. And effectively, going through the sort of the steps that are listed in this methodology, what it's intended to do and what it does do is identify an effect that is where there is clearly something that needs discussing with the planning authority, and that's, and it correctly identifies all of the effects that we're discussing at this inquiry and that were discussed throughout the pre-application process. The question of whether a major effect is harmful to significance or not is dealt with in the next step in the methodology, which is described in paragraph 1022.
Yeah.
And the degree of harm, if you equate an adverse effect with harm, which I guess you do,
Mm-hmm.
is discussed in the narrative of the assessment. So everything up to that point is relatively mechanical and doesn't rely on an expert view. I mean, the sensitivity of the asset. So by the time you've got to that point, you have already taken account of significance of the asset, because that feeds into the sensitivity. So the sensitivity of the asset is part of the input into the process. That is combined with the degree of change, and you then go on to, which might give you a lot of change to a sensitive asset results in an effect of major significance in environmental assessment terms. That doesn't actually map across to anything in heritage policy or guidance or anything in HE guidance. HE don't offer any advice on how to do this. So we've devised our own method, which we think makes sense. And it's a sort of mix between how you deal with heritage law policy and guidance within the exigencies of environmental assessment, which has its own set of sort of ideas about how things should be assessed. So this methodology, which we've put a lot of work into and refined over the years, is our best effort to reconcile those two things. But I have to admit that the fit between the two is not, well, I wouldn't say it's not perfect. I'd say it's our best effort, and I haven't seen a better one, but it's quite hard to follow. And if anyone's got a better one, I'd be interested to see it. But that's our best effort. So we go through a relatively mechanical process that doesn't involve that much professional judgment, that says, here's a sensitive asset, which is sort of fairly clearly sensitive if it's grade 1. Here is a large degree of change because we're putting a large building in its backdrop. That sort of, by a sort of mechanical process, leads you to a major effect. So we then that's a major effect. So we need to think about that major effect. What do we think about it? And that takes you to the narrative, which discusses, is that going to have an effect on heritage significance that we've identified, and is it good or is it bad? And that's what the narrative tells you, and that leads to the conclusion about adverse. But the degree of adversity, if you like, is something that you have to rely on the narrative account to understand, the nature and degree.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what I think is potentially confusing about this, because we've got your matrix. We know that that major significance is the highest level of significance of effect.
Yes, it's significance of effect, which isn't.
No, I understand. You've explained. I understand it, but then you've got the judgment about adverse, beneficial, and kind of levels of whether that's harmful and extent of harm and so on.
Yeah.
But we end up looking at Guy's analysis, and so we see the highest level of effect, which is adverse there. But then you're telling us in your evidence in chief that actually you think it's very minor.
Yes.
So really, when the inspector's looking at this assessment, she can't really take anything from your conclusions there. It seems that it's not really I don't know, it's not really relevant to her conclusions what language you've used in here in some way.
I don't think that's right. I hope that I've explained our method and how we arrive at the conclusions.
Okay, just in terms of...
I mean, Madam, if you don't... Do you follow what I've said?
I see what I'm not going to...
No, but I want to make sure that you've followed my explanation of our method. Yeah.
Just on that, you said you have to go to the narrative for to understand the extent of harm. And I'm looking at the narrative on Guys, and I'm seeing that 12.103, it's going to alter the visual setting. There'll be some harm to the visual setting, but also benefits to the setting. Sorry, it's 350 again. So we've got alteration of the visual setting, some harm to the visual setting, also benefits to the setting. Most aspects of the setting will be unaffected. Some harm, and then it's considerably less than substantial harm. Just on that way of describing it, considerably less than substantial harm, we know, don't we, that both Mr. Young and Dr. Barker-Mills have tried to identify where within a sort of spectrum of less than substantial harm the harm sits. You've not done that, have you?
Well, I've used words which explain what I think the degree of harm would be considerably less than substantial harm. That's how I've termed it.
But that's also the phrase that you used in respect of Southwark Cathedral, isn't it, in your evidence? Yeah. But then yet you told us yesterday in your evidence in chief, harm to Guys minor, and I think you described the harm to Southwark as one notch below. Well, so you've used the same words, but that's not a full description of the extent of the harm, is it?
Well, you could give it marks out of 5 or 10 or 100, and you might reach the same or different views.
But you haven't done that or any other way of trying to grade things within the spectrum, have you? You've just said considerably less than substantial.
Well, I've said what I've said.
Yeah. Okay. No systematic attempt in the way that Mr. Young and Dr. Barker-Mills have done to kind of think about that range and where we are in that range.
I'm not sure that I would see that as systematic. I mean, I would see that as trying to reduce the world to a sort of tabular form of assessment, which is precisely what is criticised by Dr. Barker-Mills. All HE guidance says that the narrative explanation of the consideration of these matters is more useful than trying to reduce the world to a tabular form of analysis.
Yeah, no dispute there, and I think probably this exercise perhaps shows why that might be the case. But we do know the PPG tells us that the nature of the harm, i.e. the level of harm, whether it's substantial or less than substantial, needs to be set out, and that within the extent of harm should be clearly articulated. But we don't have any advance on considerably less than substantial harm.
Well, I think evident. I'm not quite sure that the term extent is clear, as I've suggested. I think how extensive is it? Where does it extend to? That is set out in respect to the hospital in paragraph 103 fairly clearly, I think.
All right, let's move on. I had some points in the chapel, but I think that's covered by Mr. Murphy, and obviously he's not here to answer questions, so I'll sort of leave that for submissions. Let's move on to Southwark Cathedral. I think we won't agree with Mr. Young's description of it as one of the oldest buildings in London and the most important in South London after Lambeth Palace.
I don't disagree with that.
Don't disagree with that. No. Grade 1 building. Now, in his evidence in chief, Mr. Young made a general point about churches and cathedrals, about towers and spires of that type of architecture being designed as a beacon, a symbol of ecclesiastical authority. It's meant to be a dominant kind of feature, and he said that those architectural features are almost always the most important elements of the architecture of a church or a cathedral. Would you accept that?
Not necessarily. No. I mean, I don't dispute that the tower is an important aspect, but it's a good example of how you focus on the thing that appears to be important in the case in point. If you read Pevsner's description of the cathedral, it's clearly its medieval interior of the choir and the retro choir are clearly the most important aspects of its significance. The tower I don't dispute that the tower is an important aspect of a Grade 1 listed building, but it's highly significant. It's the most significant aspect of the tower to this inquiry. But if you were to do an objective description of what are the most important aspects of the cathedral, and you could read it in Pevsner, there's no sense there that the tower is the most important aspect of the cathedral's form and architecture. I mean, I don't think there's much of a point here, because I'm not disputing that the setting of the cathedral is important and that we have an effect on the setting of the cathedral, and it's particularly the relationship to the tower that is the aspect under consideration. But to say that the tower is the most important aspect of that cathedral's architecture is just wrong, I think.
Can we look at the statement of common ground, please? Obviously the heritage one I'm talking about, and page. We start on page 8. But obviously, with the note of caution that was discussed yesterday around, whether or not this is supposed to be comprehensive, we're within the section on the cathedral, and then over the page, paragraph 3.14, there is a summary of special architectural interest, and the last bullet point on that page, for its external Gothic architectural character, especially its square tower, which is a prominent historic landmark. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So the status of the tower as a prominent historic landmark is an aspect of its special architectural interest and therefore significance.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
And so therefore it must follow that views of the tower within its setting, where it is appreciated as a prominent historic landmark, are important to that aspect of significance.
Yes.
In such views, the tower is conveying the status of the cathedral, and it's performing the role that Mr. Young described of being a symbol, a beacon, and so on.
Yes.
Now let's look at some of the views and the assessment of this. So in the 2018 TVI BHA, page 288. We see at paragraph 5.724 a statement that the Grade 1 listed cathedral is the principal landmark in this view.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
So this is a view from part of the setting which is contributing to significance because the cathedral is conveying its landmark status in this view, and that's an aspect of its significance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the same would be true of the views which Dr. Barker Mills included in his appendix from Minerva Square.
Yeah.
We don't need to look at them. You can remember the sort of perspective there. Okay. Again, that's a place where the landmark status of the cathedral, its prominent historic landmark status, can be fully seen and appreciated. And looking at the after view as proposed on page 289, and we've already sort of covered this to an extent. We know that you accept the relationship between the cathedral tower and the scheme there is not a positive one.
Yeah.
Suggests that one of the reasons it's not positive is because the prominence of the tower as a landmark, a prominent historic landmark, is being undermined.
I don't think I've said that.
I'm not saying you've said that. I'm suggesting that is a reason why it's not a positive relationship.
No, I don't think I agree with that.
Why not? Because if views from the setting where it is appreciated as a landmark are important to significance, which you accepted they are, and here there is an effect on the appreciation of that landmark status because you've got the tower overlapping, not a positive relationship. How is that not undermining the prominence of the tower as a landmark?
Because your experience of a cathedral in particular is not limited to, what you see in a photograph. I mean, you understand that it's a cathedral. Mm-hmm. You understand all the things that we've agreed about its importance. It still looks exactly the same as it did before. It's just got a new office building in its backdrop. It doesn't prevent you seeing or understanding the tower, particularly when you're present on site and you move around and you see the moving relationship between the tower and the building behind it, and you have the effect of parallax and so on, you appreciate that the new building's in the distance. It really doesn't. It's, I've acknowledged that this is, well, as I've tried to explain, this is a slightly unsatisfactory visual relationship in that it's suboptimal. If you were trying to take a photograph of the cathedral and you stood there, you think, oh, I don't think I'll take it from there. I think I'll move along a bit and I'll get a better photo. So, but that's an unsatisfactory visual effect on the cathedral. It wouldn't lead me to think that it's had any effect on the significance of a cathedral. There's everything that you can read set out in Pevsner or in the Statement of Significance. It hasn't had any effect on any of those things.
And yet, at the same time, this is one of the adverse visual effects which pulls through to heritage harm, in your view.
Yes, yeah. to a moderate, a minor degree. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at page 293. This is a view 56.4 that you consider to be neutral. And paragraph 5741, about sort of, 6-7 lines up from the bottom, you say, as is the case for the earlier views illustrated, the cathedral would remain the more dominant of the two buildings in this view. That's your judgment there, but you agree that the relative dominance of the cathedral tower compared to other buildings is something that is relevant in terms of heritage impact as well as visual impact.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's because that dominance of the tower is an aspect. It's another way of saying it's a prominent historic landmark. That's an aspect of its significance.
Yeah, and it's it remains in the before and after views. I see exactly the same cathedral in exactly the same place, and it remains dominant. I think, could I just add something also about the view about the nature of this particular view, which I think I hope will be helpful, which is that this is a view pointing towards the proposed development. So if you look at the existing view on the left, that's pretty likely not to be a view that you would choose to take of the cathedral. If you'd gone to visit the cathedral and you admired it and you wanted to take a photograph, you wouldn't take that photograph because the cathedral's off to the right and there's a modern office building on the left and actually the shard behind the tree, which will be more visible in winter. So if you're focusing on the cathedral, that's not a view that you'd choose to photograph or admire or use to exemplify the qualities of the cathedral. The axial view of the cathedral focused on the tower and on the north transept, on the axis of the tower and the north transept that you see in Mr. Barker Mill's proof, is a view that you would choose to take of the cathedral, or I would anyway. And I accept that it's possible that the scheme will be seen in that view, and it's not one that we've illustrated. But if you took the that view of the cathedral, the photograph would be focused on the cathedral, as would be your attention, because you're looking at the cathedral and the project is off to your left. So this photograph is intended to helpfully illustrate what you would actually see if you took a photograph in that place with that lens, but it isn't actually the view that you would choose to take or the place, the direction that you would choose to look if you're admiring the cathedral. I think that's quite a significant aspect of these views, that the views, almost by definition, are views that are focused on the site. They're not, all of them, views that are specifically headed towards a significant location before you consider this project. That's obviously what you do in townscape assessment. Those are the views that you do.
Clicking on this page, the next paragraph down, 5.742, towards the end of the paragraph, development is not over dominant from here. On the other hand, the commanding presence of the cathedral from this particular point is undermined to some extent. The commanding presence of the cathedral is surely linked to it being a prominent historic landmark, isn't it?
Yeah.
and obviously we've already covered that's an aspect of its significance. If the commanding presence of the cathedral is being undermined, that is surely harmful in heritage terms. That is a negative effect on something that is part of the significance of the cathedral.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is a degree of less than substantial harm to significance arising in this view, then, isn't there?
Well, we've acknowledged a minor amount of less than substantial harm to the viewer's ability to appreciate the significance of the cathedral considered in the round. I think this is more pertinent in the cases where the two things overlap visually, as apparent from this TVIA, and the extent to which that's seen as a harmful effect, I suppose, drops away, as it were, as the new building moves away from the cathedral tower. Visually, I mean.
It's an effect that you describe as neutral in the visual assessment,
yeah,
but that you just accept does result in some less than substantial harm in terms of significance.
Yes, I mean, it's contributing to that, to what I've just described as the finding of some minor harm.
Let's just look at your proof, paragraph 5.63. In fact, 5.6. Oh, yes. Sorry, page 35, bottom page 35.
Yeah.
It's basically repeating the language from the TVIA. 3 lines up from the bottom. The 2018 scheme is not over dominant. The two towers are well balanced. On the other hand, the commanding presence of the cathedral is undermined to some extent. That's the bit we just looked at.
Yeah.
You then say this is not, in my opinion, a harmful effect on view 56.4. And the 2018 scheme, as seen here, has no effect on the significance of the cathedral or the ability of the viewer to appreciate the significance. It must follow from the answers you've just given me that's actually wrong, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On to a different point. You've made the point a couple of times. We're obviously looking at Montague Close here and discussion of Minerva Square, and you've made the point that these are views that weren't available. I think you said until the 1970s. There were wharves there before those were demolished, and this new space was created at that point. You're not suggesting, are you, that means that these views or these parts of the setting are somehow less valuable, or they matter less?
I think, well, they're not. I mean, none of the views of the cathedral are really, or virtually none of the cathedral setting is historic.
No.
So it's not a historic view, but it's a view. It's a good place to appreciate the cathedral from. Probably there was a time when the cathedral was built when there weren't warehouses there. I don't know.
You're not suggesting that the fact that it's of more recent origin, if you say that space is more recently created, that's not something that has any relevance in terms of the importance of that as a location to view the cathedral? As
a location to view the cathedral, that's a good place to view the cathedral from. But it goes to the general point that we've made, that the setting of the cathedral is not a historic setting in general terms. It's not surrounded by historic buildings. It's in a conservation area, and it's an important building in the conservation area. But for the most part, it's not surrounded by historic buildings, and the pattern of development around it is not historic. A lot of it's modern. So I go back to my point really about the difference between this cathedral and a cathedral city such as Canterbury or York. It's a very, very different setting of a cathedral, and so when you change that setting or have an effect on that setting, in visual assessment, there's a consideration of the expectation of the viewer. So again, I think I've made my point in evidence somewhere that if you stuck a glassy tower in the backdrop of Canterbury Cathedral, it would come as a bit of a surprise if you went back to Canterbury. But here it doesn't come as a surprise because this is an area of tall glassy buildings in the immediate vicinity of the cathedral. And that's a really significant difference between those two conditions and a really significant aspect of the setting of this cathedral.
Given that condition of the setting as you see it, and given that it being a prominent historical landmark and being seen as such as something that's important to its significance, doesn't it logically follow that where there are places like this where you can get a good appreciation of that status and that role, those are actually more important, relatively more important parts of the setting in terms of that aspect of significance?
Yes, I think that's right. But I mean, if you look at view, well, let's say view 56.4 that I've got open in front of me, most of what you see in that view is modern development. You can see the Shard, you can see a post-war office building, you can see the new buildings in front of the cathedral, which are well designed and a nice addition to the cathedral, but they are modern. So you're looking at a medieval cathedral set in everything else that you can see as part of the modern world and not part of its historic condition. And we're adding to that extent to which the modern world is consistent with the character of the setting of the cathedral as it exists today.
Mm.
So you're not looking. There aren't places where you can stand around. That there is nowhere around the cathedral that passes what I call the Dickens test, where you could sort of film a historic drama because you're in a sort of contained historic world, such as you could do in the Inns of Court, for example, or Somerset House or somewhere like that. The character of the area is that the historic world and the modern world are mixed up together, and everywhere you look in every direction, you are looking at a mixture between historic buildings and the modern world. I know I'm repeating myself, but
no, that's fine. I think we were probably about to be talking about being consistent with the character of the setting as it's seen today. We're probably about to start trespassing into cumulative impacts and whether or not existing elements have been assessed and all of that, which we went through yesterday, and I won't go back through that again. Let's see where we've got to. Okay, just one sort of short point, I think, on the Tower of London. Just want to go to your proof, please. Paragraph 5.69, so that's page 37. I'm obviously always focusing here on 2018, but we know essentially the same points are arising in 2021.
Actually,
now,
slightly less so for the Tower of London, but
well,
I take the general point. Yeah.
But in terms of the way things are dealt with in the proof,
yeah,
I appreciate that the assessment is different, and we also agree with that. But here we are in the Tower of London World Heritage Site section, and you set out, you refer to the management plan, you refer to the summary statement of significance, you cite that, and then in 570 towards the end, you say there'd be no effect on any of the attributes of OUV noted in the previous paragraph. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Can we look at CDF 09, which is the management plan?
So I'll have to get it from the website. Yeah.
And page 35. The same. Yes, it's the same this time.
Yeah.
Always nice when they line up. Right, we've got the statement of outstanding universal value. About halfway down the page, there's a single sentence paragraph. The Tower of London has outstanding universal value for the following cultural qualities. And we've then got a series of paragraphs, and I think your list in your proof, that's where it's taken from, isn't it? So the first sentence of each of those paragraphs are the qualities that are set out here.
Yes, I mean, I mean, we can check it. I think I'm quoting from a summary that must be in this document, but I agree that it's what you've said. I don't think this is my summary. I think it's a summary in this document, but I'm not sure there's a point there.
No, yeah, I think it's I think possibly in the statement there's a separate document, but it takes the first sentence of each of those paragraphs. Those are the cultural qualities, and that's what you've referred to in paragraph 6.9 of your proof. Let's just flick on a few pages to page 40, please, and paragraph 3.3.1. It tells us that the SOUV sets out the cultural qualities that give the site its international importance, based on which it has OUV. And then it goes on to say the property's attributes are the features or relationships that express its OUV as identified in the agreed SOUV. Do you see that? And then at paragraph 3.3.2, it tells us that the attributes will be the focus of protection and management policies, etc. And then towards the end of the paragraph, last 4 lines, the authenticity of a property is the link between the attributes and its OUV. The evaluation of authenticity indicates how well the attributes convey the OUV. Authenticity can be compromised if the attributes are weakened or eroded. And then on page 41, we've then got a section which goes through different attributes. For each one, we've got, we take the first one, the internationally famous monument. It's got a description of what an attribute is, and then you've got what are called components, ways in which the attribute's expressed. You see that? Now, looking at Mr. Young's proof and Dr. Barker Mills's proof, they have both done an exercise of looking at these attributes set out in the document, considering how they relate to setting, and how the development in the setting would impact on each, the attributes that they've identified as being relevant. And that's led them to their conclusions on OUV. That's a fair description of their approach, isn't it? And is it also fair, looking back at your proof, that's not an exercise that you've done, is it? You haven't actually gone through the attributes. You've set out the SOUV qualities, but you haven't actually gone through the attributes in the document and kind of looked at those things that are to be the focus of protection and management policies.
No, because it's a question of proportionality. We've done in the assessment has the GBIA has an assessment of against the GLA document about how you assess effects on World Heritage sites, which we followed the methodology, and our assessment is set out there. We've taken a professional judgment in respect of proportionality about how much you need to go into. I'm familiar with this document. I know about the concentric defences around the White Tower, etc. I know that the concentric defences around the White Tower aren't affected by our project, so I don't think I need to say that.
All right, my last topic is St Paul's. Haven't talked about it yet, so I thought we'd just have a little turn up of the images and discussion on that. I think first of all, in terms of principles, you tell us in your proof that local, medium and long range views of St Paul's are important to the recognition and appreciation of heritage significance. That's why it's relevant to kind of look at the LVMF views from a heritage perspective. Let's turn up the LVMF itself. It's CDD 24. I think it's 24.1. I think it's one of these documents that's been split up.
I'm never without my whole copy of this.
Well,
in front of me.
You're one step ahead of me. Looks like a particularly nice, nicely bound copy there. And what I'm looking for, it's CDD 24.1. Right. Now I've got to check I'm on the right page. Yeah, page 22, which I think is 30 of the PDF. Just to be clear about kind of relevant terms that are used in the document, this is in this section. It's talking about protected vistas, which I think particularly apply to St Paul's Cathedral, Westminster, and the Tower of London. That's where we get these protected vistas.
Yeah.
And it's telling us that these vistas sort of have different elements. They've got a landmark viewing corridor, which is the area coloured red between the viewing point and the landmark itself. You see those diagrams. And then there's a wider setting consultation area. That's the yellow area either side of the corridor, and then also in the background of the landmark.
Yeah.
And then there's also a threshold plane. So if buildings or proposals are proposed to go above that threshold plane, that's triggering policy requirements. And we can see on page 23, there's an image of a view of St Paul's that sort of visually shows those different elements.
Yeah.
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 Right. Paragraph 47 dealing with we're concerned with the wider setting consultation area in this case, aren't we? Because we're behind from the viewpoints that have been that Historic England are particularly concerned about. The development would appear behind the cathedral, so we're in the wider setting consultation area.
Yeah.
And paragraph 47 notes that area is integral to the viewer's ability to recognise and appreciate the strategically important landmark and is sensitive to change, and that development must be designed and sited so that it preserves or enhances the viewer's ability to recognise and appreciate the strategically important landmark.
Yeah.
That's why it's important. Right, look, so I think the best place for this is actually in your appendices. And appendix, yes, appendix 2, yeah. Yeah, and pages 10 and 11, I'm focusing on Kenwood here.
Go on.
This is an A3 document.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if it's easier for you to look in the TVI-BHA, then I know, yes, it is. I know. Well, I wasn't actually looking at the cumulative one particularly, but. I'm sorry, it's my fault because I think I put your proof but not your appendices on the list.
That's right. No, it's okay. I've got your copy as well.
Thank you.
Post-its on this, but I haven't written it.
I'll trust you. Right, so with that image kind of in front of us, sorry, page 10 and 11 I'm looking at. Just turn those up.
Yeah.
And then let's go back, have that open and go back to the LVMF. And I'm on page, well, it starts on page 52, but it's page 55 is the part that I want to look at, the Kenwood view.
Yeah.
So just in terms of the existing situation, paragraph 117 in the middle of the page tells us that views of the cathedral dome benefit from an absence of development in the foreground, but development behind the dome compromises the viewer's ability to appreciate the landmark.
Yeah.
And I think you said to us yesterday when you went up there on a fine clear day, you said it was almost impossible to see the dome from Kenwood against the backdrop of development at London Bridge. So your experience bears that out.
Well, sorry, just no, it wasn't the fact that there was development behind the dome. It was the fact that you could. Well, yes, I don't know actually what the answer to that, but I couldn't make out the dome of the cathedral. It's true.
Okay, that was my record of what you said, but okay, fine. Let's just look at, actually, before we kind of turn to the existing situation, can we flip back a couple of pages in the LVMF to page 52? There's an image. There's an image there, full page image, from a point in time where the shard's kind of half built.
Yeah.
And sorry, yes, I've forgot to give you the PDF. Now, clearly, in that image, Guy's Tower, no argument there. That significantly compromises the vista. That's clear.
Yeah.
In terms of the shard, we can see there during its construction how it angles away from St Paul's, and it still allows the outline of the dome, the bit that's not compromised by Guy's, to be seen clearly.
Yeah.
Right, let's look now at the existing view in your appendices.
Yeah.
And we're sort of moving forwards in time because the shard's now built, and indeed we've got Shard Place now. I think that's the building that we can see, isn't it, in between the shard and the cathedral? Yeah. So Shard Place has now filled that gap that was left, and clearly, compared with the pre-shard image, that has had a negative effect on the ability to appreciate St Paul's, hasn't it? The outline is no longer as clearly defined as it was.
I'd say it's more clearly defined.
Okay.
If you compare the photograph in the LVMF with the photograph of the left-hand side of the drum against Shard Place, I'd say you can see the silhouette of the cathedral more clearly once Shard Place has been built. Just comparing the two photographs.
Sorry.
But I mean, these things. I mean, my experience of going there, these, the photographers know which day to choose to get a clear photograph, and they've chosen one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much point. So in these things vary according to particular light conditions, and these two photographs have probably been taken at roughly the same time of day. I.e., the light's falling from the right, so it must be in the afternoon. But if you look at the left-hand side of the cathedral, which is in shadow, and the right-hand side is lit, but if you look at the left-hand side of the cathedral in the LVMF, you can kind of make it out against the backdrop. But I'd say you can make it out, well, at least the drum, as opposed to the dome, you can make out more clearly once you've added Shard Place.
What Shard Place has done, although it's sort of filled in that gap and butted up to the cathedral in the view, it has left the curve of the dome visible in the sky space, well, not sky space, against the further distance background. So it hasn't completely occupied the background in the way that Guy's did on the other side of the dome.
That's right.
Right, looking back to the LVMF now and the guidelines, we're on page 56, which I think is page 64. The PDF, my PDF's a double page spread, so I'm not sure exactly which page that's going to be. Yeah, it's page 56, and it's paragraph 121, because we know we're obviously looking at the background here. And there's a couple of points in there. The first is that development in the wider setting consultation area should contribute to a composition that enhances the setting of the strategically important landmark and the ability to recognise and appreciate it. So it wants to enhance the setting and to enhance the ability to recognise and appreciate the landmark.
Yeah.
Now, a building appearing directly behind St Paul's, I would suggest you can't enhance the setting of the building.
Well, I think I've just given an example where I think it does.
You've talked about being more clearly able to see it.
Yeah.
We know already from the paragraph we looked at earlier in the LVMF that the statement there is an existing development behind the cathedral compromises the ability to appreciate the landmark. Doesn't it surely follow that further development directly behind the cathedral will have the same effect?
No.
Then the second point in paragraph 121 towards the end, the careful use of form and materials could enable development proposals to improve the clarity with which St Paul's Cathedral is seen in its surroundings. You've obviously, this is your sharp place point again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you suggest in your evidence that the 2018 scheme would achieve that. It would improve the clarity and provide a clearer backdrop.
Yeah.
Just want to look.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, we're talking about the backdrop of the towers rather than the.
Yes, of course. I know we are. Yes, sorry, I should have made that clear. Of course, we're talking about the Western Towers here, and not the dome. Understood. Now, just having the existing and proposed open from your appendices, 2018.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's a clearer backdrop as proposed. Now, I don't know. I mean, I guess this is possibly somewhat of a subjective kind of point, really. The inspector will obviously have to make her own mind up, but isn't it really the case that it's more difficult to see, looking at the proposed view, the northwestern tower and its outline, more difficult to make out where that begins and the tower ends than it is in the existing view?
Well, I don't think so, but
no.
but if I could add a little bit of context on this
Go ahead,
which I hope will be helpful. In the somewhere there are real scale views of
yes, I know the ones you mean,
and I can't remember where to find them.
I mean, they're in the TVIBHA. These are telephoto lenses. We know that.
Yeah, but I would just like to look at the images in question.
Sure.
So is it that it's a separate document for 2018 but combined in 2021? Or
if you go in the 2018 TVIBHA, it's view 5.1. Oh no, it's not. That's a telephoto. It's view 5. So it starts on page 64.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm thinking of something different. So I can't. It's the document with true scale views in it, which in one of the TVIAs is bound into the main document.
Oh, I think it's the 2021. I think there is.
Yeah, I mean, it'll work if we look at the 2021 version.
It's these ones, isn't it?
Yeah,
the back of the. It's the Yes, it's the back of the. So it was CDB 14.2.
Yeah.
I think. I don't think these pages are numbered, unfortunately.
Yes, exactly. So if we look at view 5 from Kenwood, sorry. So the point of these images is as follows: in the real world, as opposed to in a photograph, a thing that you're looking at is a particular size. So if you hold up your thumb against it, it's got a particular size relative to your thumb. And unlike a photograph, you can't get closer to it and see it better, or get further away and see it in its bigger context. It just is the size it is. So the point of these, what the visualizers sometimes refer to as true scale images, which I think is a bad description. But the point of them is that at the bottom of each of these images, it gives you a viewing distance, and it says 40 centimeters at the bottom. And so in the case of view 5, or all of them, where the viewing distance is given, if you hold the image, or get your face 40 centimeters away from the image, which is considered to be arm's length if it's a document you can hold easily, then that tells you the real size of the thing that you are looking at in that photograph, as it would be perceived from that viewing location, which is 9 kilometers away. So from that you can see that, as you'd expect, looking at the cathedral from 9 kilometres away, it's pretty small. And when you go there, on the days, and I have been there more than once, so I saw it in bad conditions the other day, but I have seen it in good conditions. And when you go there, you can just about make out the dome at 9 kilometres away, and there's an orientation board that points out things on the skyline, so it sort of helps you understand where the cathedral is, because it's not that easy to find when you're there. You can just about make out the dome. The western towers are obviously a lot smaller than the dome, and I think in almost any light conditions, it's almost impossible to see the western towers with the naked eye. You can see them with binoculars, and the LVMF doesn't concentrates its points on the visibility of the dome and not on the visibility of the western towers, and for that reason, because they're the things that the dome is the thing you can just about see from there. The western towers aren't in good light conditions. So the idea that this is somehow harmful to the significance of the cathedral is just way off, in my view.
Going back to the wording of the LVMF, and wants us to enhance the setting and the ability to recognise and appreciate it. If the inspector looking at this material thinks that actually in the proposed views of the sort of lightness of coloration, it's more difficult to distinguish where the western towers begin and the proposal ends, that would not comply with that element of the LVMF.
That's right, but I'd like it to be taken into account that the effect of, you'd need an endless range of photographs in different light conditions to understand the different relationships between the parts, depending on the weather and the direction of the sunlight. So that in the example I gave, where you can see the left-hand side of the dome more clearly against, once you've got shard place in place, which I think is true, that is the case in the afternoon when the sun's coming from the right. Actually, I suspect if you took an equivalent photograph in the morning when the sun would be coming from the left, you would actually see the dome more clearly against Guy's Hospital, funnily enough, than you would against the backdrop of hills if Guy's Hospital wasn't there. So these things vary according to different light conditions. It's quite hard to generalise from a particular photograph, and you just have to make a judgment about different effects in different directions of sunlight and light.
Yeah, one of those. Well, like all of these, the inspector will have to go up, trek up there. Nice day out.
It's a lovely spot, but
a good cafe there.
Quite hard to
make
get by public transport.
I'll put money on the fact that when we do go,
it'll be raining. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. The only rain we probably had pretty much all year.
You can just predict it now.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Those are my questions. I think I'm just about on my estimate there.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Thank you very much. I have a question before then re-examination. I did put it to Mr. Young as well. You've seen, well, I hope you've seen, if not we can turn it up, the INQ 10, it's the National Trust letter we had.
Yes.
Have you read that? Are you familiar with it?
I have read it. I haven't memorised it, but I have read it.
Do you want to turn it up?
Yeah.
And it's quite short.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's INQ 10.
Yes.
So yeah, this came in from the National Trust. It's with regards to the Grade 1 listed George Inn, and they say substantial harm. And I know that's not what anyone else is saying that's in this room, but can I just have your views on that? Given that it's poles apart, would fairly encapsulate your view and their view.
Well, I think they're completely wrong, and I don't think. I mean, in terms that substantial harm has been discussed in this inquiry, I'm not sure that they've got a good understanding of what would constitute substantial harm, because whatever it is, this can't be it. So their case is misstated on the basis of what, a good understanding of heritage law and policy and guidance. So it's definitely not substantial harm. I mean, we don't consider that there's any harm to the setting of the Georgian because of, well, for the reasons that we've given. And I think, well, you'll go there, and I'm sure you have, and I'm sure we'll go again. Its setting is what it is. It's a modern setting.
When looking at all this stuff, were you in touch with or anything with the National Trust?
No, I don't think so. I wasn't. I'm not sure if the team were or if they were consulted, but I wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay then, re-examination. Do you have a guesstimate?
Well, less than half an hour.
Okay.
But I don't think I'll be able to say considerably less than half. Because I'm all into this calibration, you see. So just give me one moment and I'll be there. Right, just give me a tick. Just 2 points arising from the cross-examination of my learned friend Mr. Philpott, and I've got a few arising from my learned friend Miss String. So, right, I don't know whether it'll be the last, probably won't be the last time this is mentioned with witnesses, but the Tulip decision letter, much beloved. Court document 810. Can we go to that, please? So I'll just pick up some post-its I've dropped on the floor. So court document 810, and we will need, it's PDF page 154, original page 140, Inspector's Report, paragraph 4.17. Tell me when you've got it there. 14.17, sorry, in the Inspector's Report.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you. And it's the last sentence in particular I want to take you to, as you were taken to in cross-examination. But obviously we have to bear in mind the explanation that's given beforehand, where that inspector there concludes that there's been a shift in policy on heritage in general and World Heritage Sites in particular. That should be taken into account, etc., etc. And then we get this sentence, which I'm going to read you in full, because on occasion the reading of it stopped in a certain place. So these important differences in planning policy provide another reason why little or no weight should be given to the previous permissions or their justifications. Now, the reading often stopped there in cross-examination. Reading on, as setting a binding precedent. Little or no weight, as setting a binding precedent. Now, has it ever been any part of your case to say that because a tall building's been permitted here and there and somewhere else in the area near us, that in some way constitutes sets a binding precedent?
No, definitely not.
No.
But it's obviously a consideration, a relevant consideration.
Right. Okay. And in what way? So when you say it, what's the it? The previous permissions, or when you say it's obviously a relevant consideration?
Previous decisions and yes, previous decisions and the consequences of their decisions as built.
Right. Are relevant considerations?
Yes.
Yeah. And why is that? I mean, so no claim to a binding precedent. Search in vain for that in our case. Binding precedent claimed. So no claim of binding precedent, but these consents and their consequences, you say, are relevant. Why is that?
Well, two reasons. Firstly, those in the cases where buildings have been built, those buildings exist. So a decision maker has taken a decision that is an acceptable change to the environment, where there are comparators. And secondly, because inspectors' reports deal with these same difficult issues that we're dealing with at this inquiry and contain I mean, they're always interesting to read, the way that different inspectors approach these things, and they contain reasoned discussions that take into account the sorts of discussions that we've been having in this inquiry and reach their conclusions. And it's interesting to read their conclusions and relevant to I always feel, to my own consideration of these things, and to a decision maker.
Good, thank you very much. And the only other thing that I wanted to ask you, arising from Mr. Filbert's cross-examination, was this point, something very different now, something very precise, this point about materials and the inspiration, the architectural inspirations, if you like, for the two schemes, and not drawing on anything found within sub-area 4. Remember how precise the question was, within sub-area 4 of the conservation area. And you said, well, no, that's right, you haven't got railway bridges or whatever in sub-area 4. So what? I mean, does that matter?
No, it doesn't matter. And I mean, you can imagine, we're building a large 21st century office building. The predominant material in sub-area 4 is brick. And you could have chosen to do these buildings in brick, but it would have been quite a peculiar choice. So the and arguably it would have undermined the differentiation between the new and the old as part of what's being offered by the project, I think in a positive way. So I think the choice of materials is appropriate. It does, for reasons explained in the DAS, it does draw on the both the architecture and the materials. It's obviously going to be more informed by the later parts of the conservation area, the infrastructure projects and the warehouses, rather than sort of Georgian domestic architecture. There's a limit to how much Georgian domestic architecture could influence a modern office building, but that's not a reason not to build a modern office building in this location.
Thank you. Good. Can we just move on to a few questions raised by from Ms. String, please? So at the outset, you remember we placed your first appearance in the first project, the 2018 project, to, I think you said, the beginning of 2016. Whereas, as we know, things had got underway, if you like, at Mr. Alford's end sometime before then. And in fact, as my own friend drew attention to, a number of manifestations of ideas for towers had been iterated before we ever saw you in the team, so to speak. Now, you were here when Mr. Alford gave his evidence. Do you recall that Mr. Alford explained that at the outset and for some time, right from the beginning and some time, Mr. Peter Riddington was part of the team. Now, the inspector may or may not know who Mr. Riddington is, but can you just help us? Does he know anything about heritage?
He knows a lot about heritage. He was, well, still is, but I think he may have retired now. He's an eminent conservation specialist who worked for many years for Donald Insalls, and I've worked with him on several occasions in the past, and he is was, when practicing, a preeminent heritage specialist.
Good. Right, can we just move on? There was a passage in the cross-examination from the string concerning design quality, and as was drawn to attention, as is clear from reading your evidence, you've expressed your professional opinion that the design quality of both schemes is high.
Yes.
I'll just summarise it in that way. And I'm going to put this very deliberately in this way, and yet, as was drawn to your attention, you acknowledge that in a number of these pictures, these photographs, there would be some or other visually uncomfortable relationships, some harm, some adverse impacts to this, that, and something else. Now, it wasn't put in terms, but there might well have been an implication, as per the opening submissions made by the Historic England, there might have been an implication that, if you like, in some way, by definition, the architectural and design quality of a scheme cannot be high if it causes any harm to heritage interests or to heritage interests. But keep it to that.
Yeah.
What would you say to that if that was in any way implied? We know the point's been made explicitly elsewhere in this inquiry, but wasn't put to you explicitly. What would you say to that if that was the underlying assumption, if you like, of the question?
Well, that isn't right. I mean, I drew the distinction between considering the architecture in its own right and the architecture in relation to its context. But both are important and both should be considered. I think the way I put it is that, working by analogy, I suppose, if you considered any other built, I've said in my evidence that most major tall buildings in London have dealt with comparable issues to this one and find themselves set, in the context of historic buildings and conservation areas and so on. It's just almost a standard consideration for central London projects because there's so much of the historic environment in central London, for example, in the City and in London Bridge, and also in the City Fringe area north of the City of London around Shoreditch, where I've dealt with quite a few projects. These are, each case is different, but each has commonalities in that you're putting a large new building that contrasts with its surroundings, and I can't imagine that in any of those cases there wouldn't have been comparable effects where you would find a visually uneasy relationship in a particular place between a large new building and an established setting. That is the nature of development in London, and then resolving the conflicts between large-scale commercial development and the historic environment, which, as I've also said in my evidence, is at one and the same time part of what makes London such a distinctive and exciting place that's people come to see.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, we're going to have to open a core document which was referred to by my friend. That's the National Design Guide. So that's core document D20. I think my notes tell me anyway. Let's just check. Makes any sense to anybody? Just give me one moment. And within that, I'm just going to check. I just want to check one reference before I waste everybody's time going to it. Yes. You were taking certain parts of this document. You can all do this thing of going to one bit and someone else goes to another bit. So let's have a little bit of that now, just for some fun. Page 16 of the PDF, please. C2. Section C2. Do you have that there? On PDF page 16, 16.
I can't see a
core document D20, the National Design Guide, original page 12, PDF page 16 of 66.
I've got a different copy, so it comes out different in the PDF. Sorry, what's the number on the page?
Page 12.
Page 12, yeah.
Yeah, and do you have a heading there?
C2.
C2,
yeah.
Value, Heritage, Local History and Culture. That's an ambition or an objective, or what these things are called in the National Design Guide. So we're told to do all sorts of things. So 48, we see well-designed places and buildings are influenced positively by various things, and you can read them all out, including the significance and setting of heritage assets. That's the second bullet. Then at paragraph 49, history of the context. Is that relevant?
Yes, it is.
In what way?
Well, the buildings by, if you say, for example, Renzo Piano is one of the world's leading architects.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to imagine the Shard becoming a listed building in the future. I mean, who knows?
I hope I live long enough to see my first project as a listed building.
There's this question of the settled view, so no one's going to consider it for 20 years, I shouldn't think, and maybe it'll be listed, maybe it won't. but anyway, the answer is yes. So there's an example, and of really major change to the immediate vicinity of this site. This is an example of what's being discussed there.
Okay. Indeed. Now, you wondered out aloud. You thought, well, is there anything on tall buildings in this document? You didn't think there was. And anyway, let's go to page 24. PDF page 24, page 20 of the original document. And at paragraph 70 and 71, have you got those?
Yeah.
Paragraph 70, well-designed new buildings play a positive urban design role in the built form. They act as landmarks, emphasising important places and making a positive contribution to views and the skyline. I'll just pause there. Is that relevant to the schemes that we're dealing with here? Paragraph 70.
Yes.
And in what way, and what would you say about it?
Well, I mean, two different things. We've discussed at length the landmark location of the site, which I think is correct. This important junction, and I consider that this, seeing a well-designed, as I've said in my evidence, a well-designed as opposed to a nondescript tall building appearing in prominently in the skyline is a positive thing, as it would be with any well-designed building.
Okay. Then paragraph 71, proposals for tall buildings and other buildings with a significantly larger scale or bulk than their surroundings require special consideration. Pausing there, would you quarrel with that?
No, I mean, This is just a summary of what all tall buildings guidance says.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This includes their location and siting, relationship to context, impact on local character, views and sightlines, composition, how they meet the ground and the sky, environmental impacts such as sunlight, daylight, overshadowing and wind.
Yeah.
All those things being considered in these cases.
Yes. Yeah. And again, these are all things that, pretty much are true of all buildings. It's just that because tall buildings, as the tall buildings guidance says, because they're more visible, you need to take them particularly seriously, but they're actually points that will be true of any project.
All right. And then these need to be resolved satisfactorily in relation to the context and local character. That's the bottom line, if you like, of the paragraph.
Yeah.
What would you say about that in relation to these two appeals?
Well, I consider that for all, the material set out in my evidence read as a whole, that these things are resolved satisfactorily in relation to the context and character.
And then if we want, in this document, if we want to find a good practice example of a tall building and being praised, if you like, in this document, if you go to PDF page 21, sorry, no, that's going to be different for you. So original page, screen's gone. And we get the original page number sliding across. 17, there we are. Oh, it's not actually on the. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was my ancient big fingers messing up the touch screen. So good practice examples, and in the first box, item 3, which is obviously the tall building on the right hand side in the picture. The use of brick cladding on this tall building gives it a character that fits well into its historic soundings, and a texture that's human scale and tactile where the building meets the ground. In the most literal and obvious sense, the tall building by definition is obviously taller than its surroundings, and yet here we find it being praised, if you like, in those various ways.
Yeah.
What, if anything, does that tell us about the way in which tall buildings can actually satisfactorily be contextual, if you like?
Well, tall buildings can fit successfully into established environments, as is. A lot of tall buildings have been built in London in the last 20 or 30 years, and some of them are more successful than others. This is a successful one, but there are lots and lots of good. You could have pages and pages of good examples that have been successfully accommodated within contexts within which they contrast.
Yeah. Perfect. Blackfriars Circus, Southwark.
Yeah. Okay,
right, let's move on to something completely different. A different document anyway. Core document E06, a conservation area appraisal. And when we've got it in the document, there are just a couple of references, and I'll ask you a question, but if you could just get the page open, so to speak, the book open at page 56.
Yeah.
I just want to set the scene by just reminding ourselves, if you like, as a scene setter, that as you would probably be able to recite in your sleep, and others of us perhaps might be able to as well, that the definition of a tall building in the Southwark context, it's in the fact box in the Southwark plan on page 135. We needn't turn it up. It's buildings which are significantly higher than surrounding buildings or their emerging context. Significantly higher than surrounding buildings or their emerging context. So tall building by definition is that significantly higher. So then we find in the conservation area appraisal, for example, as my own friend took you to at 5.2.5 on page 56, last bullet point, this guidance at building heights that it's important to retain the variation of building heights that is characteristic of this area, and that's to say 3 stories, 4 to 5 stories, etc. So, nothing like a tall building. That's just the point bluntly. And then in similar vein, on page 57 at 5.2.7, we're told at the end of the paragraph that buildings should remain within the range of heights of the block of buildings in which they're sited.
Yeah.
Which obviously by definition would mean not a tall building. So now we know, because we've seen all the policies, that there isn't a ban on tall buildings in this conservation area, or indeed anywhere else that's relevant to this case. So no ban on tall buildings in this conservation area, and yet we have conservation area guidance that says what it says. How do you square the circle, do you think, Mr. Stewart, when you have these things? One thing, recognising a tall building by definition is taller and it's significantly higher than the surroundings. Conservation area guidance says stick within pretty much the height of what you've got in the conservation area. How do you try to reconcile these things, or can one?
Well, you can. I mean, guidance is guidance. Is the first point. It's not a policy or a prescription, and presumably it will be capable of being written as a policy. But as far as I know, it hasn't been. So that's the first point. I mean, the second point is the things have to be considered in the round. So that, for example, giving a Shard Place planning consent tested against the same guidelines seems to me to have been a reasonable decision in all of the circumstances. So that must have been a consideration in that decision, in the light of the same guidelines that were in play then. The guidelines and the document were written, before the Shard was built, let alone Shard Place.
June 2006. It's the publication date.
After the consent, I guess.
Yeah.
So the character of the townscape in the area has changed since this was written, and so that's a consideration. And all of the things that I've set out in my evidence about the character of the area and the presence of tall buildings seem to me to be relevant considerations that need to be taken into account, as well as these guidelines.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much indeed. And then the final point. So we're going to be. Yeah, it's not going to be considerably less than half an hour. Anyway, this is the final point. So my own friend, Mr. Ring, took this pretty different point, took you to the Georgian Terrace and the restoration proposals, however one wants to describe them, that are recognised as a heritage benefit by all the main parties. And it's the rear elevations in particular of the Georgian Terrace I want to ask you about. And it was put to you, and you agreed readily, that when the Georgian Terrace buildings were designed, if you like, their rear elevations were not designed to be seen by the public. And you agreed with all of that. And yet, in other places in your answers, you expressed as a benefit of the proposals, either scheme, that you'd be able to see the Georgian Terrace as a member of the public in the round. I suppose perhaps for the first time in the terrace's history, presumably. Both in the 2018 scheme and the 2021 scheme.
Yeah.
So can you just help us, please, as to how you reconcile those two things? They weren't designed to be seen, but it's a good thing to be able to see them. Now, how's that? How does that work?
I don't see those things in conflict at all.
Exactly. Well, perhaps you can explain why then. Because it again, wasn't directly put to you, but there's an undercurrent, if you like, and the implication that they are irreconcilable. So can you just help, please?
Well, if you take, why not Buckingham Palace again? The front is designed to be seen, and the back is designed to be private, and private to the royal family from seen within its gardens. Yeah. If you're lucky enough to be invited to a garden party and you get to see the back, that's rather nice.
Yes.
So it's, that's maybe not a brilliant comparison, but the fact that you can,
let's bring it back to this Georgian Terrace, shall we?
Yes. Yeah. The fact that you can understand the building in the round, and in particular, understand the point that it exists as a complete building or terrace of buildings in a way that you can't understand now, seems to me to be a benefit.
Yeah. Good. thank you very much indeed. Those are the few points I had. Thanks, ma'am. That's a re-examination.
Okay, thank you very much, and well done.
Thank you.
We got there. Okay. I know we've got to do some musical chairs, so if we have a longer lunch and come back at 2, just to give people a break and time to do all that. And then we've got examination in chief.
Yeah, and the time estimate on the programme is accurate now.
Okay.
Might be less.
Okay. Well, we'll still get a reasonable finish today anyway. So yeah. 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 Well, I wasn't proposing to start with cross-examination today. Just to.
That's helpful to know, madam. Helpful to know now.
No, I wasn't. I just to avoid. I know Mr. Stewart had to isolate overnight, but I think we'll stick to the timetable, and it just makes things a bit smoother. I think so. Yeah, and it just makes it a bit clunky sometimes.
Very considerate, if I might say, ma'am. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back at 2 o'clock then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, welcome back. Mr. Goddard, last but not least.
Thank you, ma'am. I've made it to the front of the room after 3 weeks.
So I'll
Thank you,
leave it in
ma'am.
your hands.
Thanks very much indeed. So, yes, my last witness, Mr. Goddard. So, Mr. Goddard has a proof and a volume of appendices. You spotted a little glitch in your proof, so you issued an erratum sheet, and you've also got a rebuttal.
That's correct.
There's your documents. Good. Mr. Goddard, you introduce yourself on page 3 of your main proof. You have a BA in Town and Country Planning and Bachelor of Planning as well. You're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and a member of the RICS 2 as well. 34 years experience in town planning, and you're a board director at an independent planning consultancy, DP9. And you set out your brief summary, your career, highlights of your career over the years, including your particular experience in London and especially in central London, the city and the side of the river as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Are those details correctly summarised there?
Yes, they are.
Good. Okay, thank you very much indeed. So, without any further ado, we're going to go through a number of topics. I'll try and sort of give the headlines, if you like, or the titles, subtitles, and you're then going to take us every now and again to various documents. You mentioned to me just now you'll be largely using hard copy documents. I suspect a number of us, including the inspector, will probably be using them from the library, the electronic library. So you'll just need to give us a bit of time to catch up to square your page number with the PDF page number, etc. But let's start with some things which hopefully won't involve any dipping into documents, really. And that's just to sort of tidy up a few points that were sort of loose ends until we heard from Mr. Glasgow, etc., etc. So the first of those is the issue of BREEAM. Now, you'll recall Mr. Glasgow had some things to say about the ability of the schemes to achieve BREEAM outstanding and so on and so forth, although he accepted that conditions could secure the position. We've now heard Mr. Alford on the subject. What would you like to say, please?
Yes, well, very briefly, but I think just to close this off, I think Mr. Glasgow was commenting on my rebuttal evidence where I'd attempted to, if you like, resolve finally the issue of the Georgian Terrace. I think he said he wasn't completely convinced by the annex to my rebuttal evidence, but obviously in further discussions with AHMM, confirmed that the council, as I understand it, now accepts that very good is an appropriate and achievable objective for the Georgian Terrace, given the inherent constraints of that as a listed building. And I think, again, it's a matter of common ground that it's accepted that the new buildings would be expected to achieve outstanding for both schemes. So I think that if there was an outstanding issue, I hope that's now agreed.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And in similar vein, in relation to broader sustainability measures and so on for the schemes, can you just update us on that, please?
Yes. Again, I was slightly surprised. Mr. Glasgow said in evidence in chief that I think he said more detail was needed for the 2018 scheme, which he described as struggling. I think that in my evidence, I've dealt with the background and the fact that clearly, to an extent, the 2018 scheme, the material supporting it was playing catch up. But then I don't think it's probably fair to say that it's not now fully caught up. Mr. Glasgow confirmed that both schemes are policy compliant in relation to all relevant sustainability policy. These can be secured by condition, and if matters can be secured by condition, the assumption is that they will be, and that's what conditions are there for. And I listened to Mr. Alford's evidence, who is far more expert in sustainability and efficient buildings than I am. But certainly I don't see any basis for the sort of claim that the 2018 scheme was or is struggling. It seems to me that both, again, hopefully as a matter of common ground, both are able to achieve exemplary standards. There's no basis, as I understand it, to differentiate between the two. And as such, I would suggest that both would now carry the same weight albeit the one may need more conditions and clauses to deliver those targets, but that both should be given equal weight as sustainability benefits in the overall planning balance.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Then moving to, again, let's get the miscellaneous points out the way first. Can you just update us on your position vis-a-vis the listed building consent? Because we've had the note put in by Southwark. You're our last witness. Anything you want to say about that?
No, I mean, only to confirm that I think the conditions suggested are acceptable and workable.
Hold on 1 moment. Inspector's just turning. That's all right. We've had plenty on this side of the room.
Carry on. Sorry.
No problem. Yes, I mean, I think as a matter of common ground, I think the conditions are acceptable and workable. That there is a means by which, if you were so minded, you could recommend approval of the listed building consents subject to conditions that was independent of any decision in relation to the main schemes. I think I'd just simply add that, I mean, in practice, as I think is obvious from the evidence, the restoration of the Georgian Terrace as proposed would only be achieved and secured if one or both of these appeals were allowed. I mean, for many reasons, viability, but not least of which is obviously they create permeability through to something which would remain an enclosed private piece of space. I mean, there would be no point in creating permeability to something that was essentially landlocked. But it's, so I think that you would be perfectly within your rights, Mum, to approve the listed building consents in isolation, subject to those conditions, in my view. But I think the reality is, as we've said a number of times, I simply don't think that they would come forward, or can't conceive of them coming forward, in absence of a workable, viable scheme. We have the only two schemes that the client is willing to bring forward before this inquiry.
Okay, thank you. And then daylight and sunlight matters, the last of these tidy up points.
And again, thankfully, despite reams and reams of calculations on the issue, I'm delighted that it seems none of us have to grapple with the detail of the GIA work. It all appears to be
Gordon Ingram.
Associate Smile, yes, daylight sunlight work. And I believe that the compliance notes that were subsequently submitted, again, are uncontentious. That was, as you'll recall, simply to update the EA compliance to the new BRE guidelines. As I noted in my main evidence, the GLA raised no concern in its data on responses on amenity. Mr. Glasgow, I think quite fairly in his evidence, recognises the context is important, at least in this respect. He recognises the context is important, and that impacts on daylight sunlight overshadowing are not unusual in a dense inner city location. Certainly not a globally significant central London business district like we find ourselves in here. The photovoltaic issue was the only new issue to arise out of the BRE guidelines. And again, I think Mr. Glasgow agrees, again, very fairly, that is really, I don't think, at all material in this case in terms of the context of the bigger issues that we're grappling with. And he accepts that there's no conflict with New Southwark Plan Policy P56, which is the overarching amenity policy. And I think all I'd add is that, I mean, I agree, obviously, and that in my view, in that context, I don't think the daylight sunlight complaints such as they are really material in the overall planning balance in this case, certainly not in relation to the substantive issues that are before this inquiry, which I'll obviously come along to talk about.
Okay, thank you. Good. Well, let's have the first main heading then, which is general principles and context. So if we just have that as the piece that we're turning to next, or you're turning to next, general principles and context. And I know that you want to set the scene by referring to points about the development plan and how the development plan is to be approached. I'm sure this will all be very familiar, but in your proof, you tackle this by way of introduction at page 21 of your proof. So perhaps we'll just open it up. And paragraph 6.1 through 6.3 in particular, and maybe 6.2 most especially in that run of paragraphs. Yeah. So say what you'd like to say by way of introduction in relation to this point about the plan is obviously, as always in these inquiries, one goes around, whichever side of the argument one's on, one goes around and isolates a policy or a part of a policy, and all seems all very interesting and important. But what would you like to say about the broader picture?
Yeah, I think, hopefully this is stating what's common ground and understood by everybody, but there is a tendency at such inquiries to obviously focus on almost a sort of tick box approach of, seeking out any areas of non-compliance, however trivial or irrelevant to the overall planning balance they may be. And as has been discussed in many aspects of this case, it's not a tick box exercise about other some non-compliance issues, and you then have to consider the degree of non-compliance and the relevance. So clearly we all recognise Section 38(6), the presumption favour of development, or that we're making any determination regard to we have the development plan must be made in accordance with, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So all common ground. I think the point though is, and I generally in my evidence refer to the Cornwall case. I suspect there's a whole raft of cases that say the same thing. Is that meaning of in accordance? And I think what's helpful is just a reminder when we get into the weeds of this, that the relevant test is the plan as a whole. That clearly a breach of a single policy in a plan doesn't mean there isn't accordance with the plan. And I think perhaps importantly, and I think this is particularly going to become relevant in my evidence, this inquiry, is the recognition that individual policies may pull in different directions. Particularly when one has policies in the context of London, in the London Plan and New Southwark Plan, that relate to a vast swathe of the City of London and Greater London with very different characteristics and circumstances. So it's inevitable that policies are likely to pull in different directions, in which case the issue is looking at which policies carry the greatest weight. And I think that in that sense, as I say, we have uniquely in London, I guess, both the London Plan and the Borough Plan, both up to date for the purposes of Section 38(6). In terms of Section 38(5), the New Southwark Plan is the more up to date of the two, to the extent that there's any conflict between them, and is a fully up to date plan adopted in the context of the London Plan and all its policies that have been discussed. And therefore, I think, marginally, whilst they're broadly consistent with each other, takes a degree of primacy in terms of what's really relevant for this area, and it's been crafted in the context of, for example, the protection of World Heritage sites.
Okay, well, let's just drill down some details then. So, with that in mind, with the point in mind about these plans pulling in different directions and what's one to do in such cases, with all of that in mind, I wonder whether we can just start to, via your evidence, just work our way through the overall strategy in these two plans, working together, the London Plan and the Southwark Plan. Obviously, I went through a lot of these key policies in my cross-examination, Mr. Glasgow, but it's your evidence now. So if you'd just like to take us through, I might even think about it as a Russian doll, with all the different dolls inside it. So just help us, please, with this.
Well, I think that's a useful way to look at this, because we start from almost we do start from an international stroke global strategy and vision embodied in the London Plan for the role of London and this area, right down to a very local sort of micro area, almost based on a street or a group of streets. And so I think that top-down approach and the consistency and the way in which each of those layers feeds through to the next is a helpful way to understand this. And as I say, I think it's in one's looking at a tick box exercise about non-compliance with one policy. You don't have to remember the overall strategy of what the London Plan and Southwark Plan are trying to achieve for this area. Otherwise, there's a danger of worrying about every development management policy and ignoring the fact that they may run counter to delivering that overarching strategy. So, I would start with the London Plan, GG2.
Right, so that's core document 021.
Yeah, page 17 on the
GG2 you want, isn't it? So that's page 17 in the hard copy, the inspector using it online. Bear with us for one moment. GG2, it is?
Yep.
Right.
32.
Page 32, thank you. PDF, page 32. Righty ho, and this is making the best use of land. I went to this with Mr. Glasgow, and what is it that you want to draw to attention, please?
Well, I mean, this clearly aligns with the MPPF and the imperative to make best use of land. But what it's particularly identifying is, some of the areas where it's particularly important to make the best use of land, because they're areas identified as having the most potential for new development. So successful, sustainable, mixed-use places, make the best use of land, obviously all understood. I think virtually every one of these points is relevant to this case. Enabling development of brownfield land. I mean, clearly you've got existing buildings, but they're buildings that are no longer fit for purpose, particularly in opportunity areas, which we are in, sites within town centres, which we're in, as well as utilising small sites. I'm sure we would qualify as small site, but so foursquare within, and come on to talk about policies for opportunity areas and town centres. Prioritise sites that are well connected, existing or planned public transport, where, to all intents and purposes, directly linked, particularly with this, with the benefit of this scheme, directly linked into an underground station.
Have we got the highest level of public transport?
Yes, we do.
That you can get.
Yeah, and I mean, it's simply a matter of the fact that by removing the wall and the scheme as it does, incorporating the station entrance, that essentially the scheme and the station entrance are synonymous. It's a site that is directly over one of London's busier underground stations. So it's and bypass as well. It's a hugely connected site. Intensity of land, sea, proactively explore intensity for workspaces, higher density development, well connected to jobs, services, infrastructure. Again, clearly all apply. Design-led approach, clearly don't demur at all from that, and that's been a huge part of this inquiry so far. Optimum development, valued about existing places, catalyst for growth, renewal and placemaking. Distinct and varied character. I think we've heard a lot about the varied character of this area. I think protecting London's open spaces may not be quite so relevant, but creating new open spaces is relevant.
Yeah, creation of new green infrastructure.
Which is, again, we've heard particularly important in this area, where it's a very closed and historic environment with not a lot of good quality public space, and walking, cycling, public transport. Again, so I mean, frankly, the scheme sits foursquare against that central strategy of the London plan. Which is pretty important.
Right.
But then,
so if we then take, so that's the sort of strategic, making the best use of land, and you're in effect saying yes as you go through all of those items. Where do we go to next?
I don't think we need to look it up, but just as a note, GG5 is also a strategic overarching policy of the London plan, and that's about supporting economic development. I don't suggest, well, we can go there.
Well, why don't we, just quickly, that's possible. GG5 is on original page 24, and it's on 39, PDF page 39. So this is growing a good economy to conserve and enhance London's global economic competitiveness and ensure that economic success is shared amongst all Londoners. So that first line, London's global economic competitiveness, is that the sort of biggest of the Russian dolls, if you like?
Yeah, exactly.
London scale.
Yeah.
Global economic.
Yeah, and when it translates down to the the fourth or fifth tier of this Russian doll, taking your analogy, you end up individual sites for global headquarters of healthcare users and global headquarters of offices,
which we're going to see.
But this is why it puts it in the context that this is not Bath or Salisbury or somewhere like that. This is actually in the heart of a global economy and global competitiveness. So again, I think that the scheme is clearly aligned with and contributes to all of those strategic objectives.
Yes, and we can see that there are various things that people involved in planning must do, and they're then set out. And a number of those, as we can see from glancing, relate to employment and economic matters. Okay, thank you very much indeed. So then where do we go to next in the London plan?
Well, I think if we're taking this top-down approach, I think we next go to the Central Activity Zone, the CAZ. So policy SD4, it's page 70 of the hard copy.
And I can tell you it's page 85 in the PDF, because I wrote that down at the time. So we've got London global powerhouse. I'm shorthanding this in economic terms. Then we get to the Central Activity Zone, SD4. And what does SD4 tell us about the CAS, to use its rather clumsy acronym, but the Central Activity Zone?
Yeah, I mean, again, without going through all of the points, I mean, point A, unique international, national, London-wide roles of CAS, agglomeration of rich mix of strategic functions, promoted and enhanced nationally and internationally significant office functions, supported, enhanced, intensification, provision of sufficient space to meet demand for a range of types and sizes of occupiers. So already, this is about demand. It's not about purely some sort of quantitative assessment of floor space versus economic projections. It's actually about tangible demand for global headquarter offices, amongst others. And distinct environment and heritage of this CAS sustained and enhanced. And again, don't demur from any of the policies or shy away, but the vitality, viability of centres. We're in a town centre. An added layer,
which we're going to see. Look at the town centre. So London itself. Then we've got to the Central Activity Zone, which itself here is described as unique in its international, national, and London-wide roles, nationally and internationally significant office functions. So, okay, so that's the next goal. Then where do we move to beyond that?
So I think next, as we're zooming in, if you like, from outer space down to this site, so you can probably see the direction of travel. Is for opportunity areas.
And that is policy.
SD1.
Okay. So SD1 is on page PDF page 45, original page 30. Okay. So tell us a bit about opportunity areas.
Well, they're a device identified in the London plan to specifically identify those areas that have the greatest potential for significant development capacity, and very often linked to existing and potential public transport. So they're specifically identified as areas which can accommodate not all of, but a substantial share of London's growth. And as a consequence, they're specifically areas of change and areas that are designated to accommodate change. That's one of the accessibility and the opportunity sites to accommodate change is other criteria for designation. And we sit here within the London Bridge Borough Bankside opportunity area. So an area identified to accommodate growth and change. And London Plan Policy SD1, really the first line I think says it all. That the opportunity areas should fully realise their growth and regeneration potential.
Okay, and then various things are set out and over the page, the PDF page 46, original page 31. As we've seen earlier on at item B, when it comes to sort of what should you do when you're making decisions, noting, of course, that we should recognise the role of heritage at item B4. But en route, do we see at item B2 support development which creates employment opportunities? So if we're thinking about plans putting in various different directions, is one of the directions to support economic employment opportunities for Gibby and fully realise growth and regeneration potential in opportunity areas?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's recognising that as we begin to focus down on individual sites and opportunities. I mean, it's clearly not saying that within those areas that it's sort of sacrosanct because they're in an opportunity area, but they're not designated for change and to accommodate growth.
Yeah, and on that point you made, again, for those of us who might not be as familiar with the way these things work in central London, but you said opportunity has a particular role. If we look in the supporting text at PDF page, the next page on basically, so that's
2.1.1.
Yeah, so that's PDF page, thank you, PDF page 47. Original page 32, paragraph 2.1.1, did you just say? Yes, go on. And what's that tell us?
Yeah, it's the point I was making that opportunity areas are identified as significant locations with development capacity to accommodate new housing, commercial development and infrastructure linked to existing or potential improvements in public transport, connectivity and capacity.
Yeah, so as you were telling us just now. Okay, jolly good. And then with all of that in mind, so London, CAS, the opportunity area. What's the next one?
Well, then I think you get to the strategic policies that particularly would relate to office development in the CAS and supporting town centres. And again, I'm guided by you as to whether it's helpful to pick those up there. London Plan policies ST5 and ST6.
Well, let's have a look.
Page 79 and 82 respectively of the hard copy.
Okay, let's just bear with me. So, what's the first one of those? ST5, did you say?
Yeah.
ST5, yeah, thank you. So that's in page 79 of the original, page 94 of the PDF. Thank you. We might get a feel for this by reading item A, actually. So, in the central activity zone, new residential development should not compromise the strategic functions of the CAZ. And we've seen those relate to commercial and employment and office development, and on it goes. And we're told about offices being given greater weight than residential and item C, etc., etc. So, what are you drawing from this? What are you drawing from this policy?
Well, two aspects. I mean, firstly, it aligns with the strategic growth to prioritise office development and secure globally significant office market within the CAS, within opportunity areas, but also it's then beginning to focus into some specific choices in the inevitable trade-offs between policy. And for example, saying that it's so important to support that function in the CAS that the London Plan is, if you like, setting out a pecking order of uses. And what it's saying is that residential development shouldn't compromise. So, I suppose broadly the agent of change concept, but that you shouldn't be constraining the ability to achieve the strategic objectives by, for example, introducing residential uses into business areas that could, for example, through daylight sunlight or whatever, could constrain the development capacity.
Okay, and then we see, theme which is becoming very apparent to us now, I imagine, but on the next page, so PDF page with paragraph 2.5.1, so that is that 95. Okay, PDF page 95, 2.5.1, are we told again about how internationally and nationally significant for offices the central activity zones? Yeah. Okay. And then the other one, I think, what was the other one?
SB6.
We might just note in passing is the town centres policy. So that's on original page 82, PDF page 97, I imagine. Yeah. Go on.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, I'm just looking at hard copy page 82.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it gets lost in London because town centres are not so obviously defined as outside of London, but it's always been a substantial raft of national policy and London Plan policy about sustaining and enhancing the vitality and viability of town centres through encouraging town centre uses. This site is within a town centre. That's recognising that it's a centre of activity. It wouldn't be a town centre if it wasn't a focus of significant activity, which it obviously is. Office use is a town centre use, which again is positively encouraged, not just to support the global and central London economy, but also it supports the evening economy. It creates, in this case, several thousand new jobs in an area which would reinforce a town centre and enhances the public realm within a town centre. So it directly contributes towards that further strategic policy objective. When I say it, either of these proposals contribute towards that. They're in a town centre. Okay.
Now, anything else in the London Plan on this, when we're trying to work out the ways in which these plans are pulling? So we've got those layers, internationally significant aspects. Anything else in the London Plan you want to draw attention to?
I don't think so, Mum. The point I'd make is that I hope my proof is fairly comprehensive in going through all of the relevant London Plan and New Suffolk Plan policies, and
which we're going to come
considering compliance. So the reason for doing this is more to set context in terms of the overarching strategy. I mean, there's a raft of other policies, including obviously London Plan heritage policies, amenity, and all sorts. And I'm not going for those because I don't think they're relevant. But I'm just trying to set the context to say what are we trying to achieve here? What's the London Plan trying to achieve for this area?
Yeah. Okay. all these several areas.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're focusing in.
Yeah.
We haven't arrived in Southwark yet, but I think we're just about to.
We are just about to arrive in Southwark. That's right. So that's E1, EO1, which is the Southwark plan.
Yeah.
And where do you want to start?
Well, again, I mean, I think start with strategic vision and ST1.
I guess numbering of the name here. So ST1 is page 45.
Page 45.
It's the same in the PDF. Thank heavens. ST1, yeah, Southwark's development targets.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the strategic vision which feeds through to the individual strategies, and here we see the reference to 460,000 square meters of office floor space, 80% to be delivered within the CAS. So we're recognising it in line with the London plan.
Okay, that's item 4 in item 1 sub 4. Sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that again, we'll come back to it later, but that's based on a study that was undertaken in 2016 to support the local plan.
Okay, so if we just pause at ST1, so we got some development targets, including for offices, 160,000 square metres over the plan period, most of it 80%, 4/5 within the CAS, and then we might remember that there's a bit of further elucidation of these targets in policy SP4, page 59. Yeah. And what we learned from SP4 on page 59.
SP4 is about a green and inclusive economy, the point to make is that this is stating at SP4 too that this figure of 160,000 is at least that quantum of new office space. Okay,
so we'll remember that in the London plan we had a policy that we saw a while ago that in the central activity zone one is to meet. That's the objective, to meet demand for offices, to meet demand. We find in the Southwark plan there are some targets, great, and the Southwark plan tells us these are at least, so they're minima rather than the maximum. So can you put those two things together then? So meet demand and then have at least 460,000 square metres, most of which 80% in the CAS.
Well, yeah, you can reconcile them in terms of a hierarchy of policies, but there's a distinction between need and demand as well, which is that, as I say, a floor space need assessment undertaken in 2016 and looking at sort of a pipeline of office space coming forward at that stage or since, it is not an assessment of demand, and it clearly doesn't, and there's no criticism, it can't be expected to anticipate and identify the nature of market demand when you get down to individual headquarter offices, or when you get down to the level of the more granular level of what's the actual demand for. So it's an overarching figure of need. It's a minimum, but it doesn't equate to demand. It doesn't say that it's not a single commodity. Because meeting demands is actually about accommodating the types of uses, global headquarter offices, and meeting occupied demands, which are a different thing.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So back to our areas, and we're homing in all the time. So where do we want to go to next in the Southwark plan, please, in terms of these areas?
Yeah, I think AV11, which is the London Bridge vision.
Okay, so that's page 90.
Page 90, yeah.
Yeah.
And in my proof, I think I referred to AV2 and AV11, and I think we heard that the site, just as with confusion, it's basically, I think AV2's sort of relevant as well, in the sense, I think, as I understand it, the line is drawn up Borough High Street, and I don't think there's an intention that they've got a completely different strategy for either side of the High Street, because in fact they both seem to be supporting a global business district, but we're in AV11.
In AV11.
For the purposes of...
I thought it was just me who had made the mistake. I'd forgotten that you
no, well,
the same thing.
I think I was sufficient.
I'm confessing up.
I think I was sufficiently vague. I was sufficiently vague in my proof that I didn't actually say the site was in AV2. I just referred to.
Now you're wriggling. Let's get back to AV11, page 90.
You're not meant to be cross-examining me.
Sorry, it's a habit. But you are the recipient of my longest ever cross-examination, aren't you?
17 hours.
17 hours, and I got absolutely nowhere in the 17 hours. Nowhere at all. So well done, Chris. But carry on. AV11.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I didn't think I was being too cruel at all.
I look back. I think you developed Stockholm syndrome, didn't you? I did. But,
well, we're still talking, so that's still fine.
No, I remember myself then thinking I was rational, but I was obviously completely clinically insane to have done that. But carry on, AV11 in the plan.
Yeah. Again, to be read in the round, but the point is that we're now focusing in on this area. This is a much more tightly defined area, the London Bridge area vision, as distinct from Borough High Street and other smaller areas. So, within this area, I mean, several bullet points, unfortunately, not all paragraph numbered. I've noted 1, 6, and 7. But I mean, first, a globally significant central London business district. So, and clearly, Guy's Hospital, King's College London, and the town centre, are in that area vision. So, Guy's Hospital is obviously a significant heritage asset, and it's a significant historic building, but it's also slap bang in the middle of a globally significant London business district, internationally renowned, prominent riverfront location, cultural, retail, borough market. Just to confuse us, that it refers to Borough Market.
Oh yes, that's a point.
And development in London Bridge should, and then attract global commerce, headquarter and local offices, and referring to the town centre role. And then at this point, support the creation of a distinctive and inspiring world-class environment for a mix of inspiring new architecture. I think obviously difficult to see how you develop this as a global business district, entirely within the constraints of buildings built 100 years ago. It's clearly talking about new architecture and inspiring new architecture, restored, reactivated warehouses, other heritage revealed with place marks, public art and quality public realm, openness, connectivity, green grid. So, again, to be read in the round, all relevant criteria. But I think that's pretty clearly telling you what this area anticipates, and that's it seems to me in particular the reference to inspiring new architecture. I don't read that as necessarily contextual pastiche heritage architecture. I see it as new architecture, which is obviously embodied by things like the Shard and Shard Place.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So while we're on the London Bridge vision, so I must admit I thought this was the last, until the other day, this was the last of the Russian dolls, the smallest of them, but the most tightly defined one. But just thinking about the hospital and the gentleman who came on the other day and told us about various projects, and they're very, very interested in our affordable workspace, etc. So can you just help us with that aspect? So even within the London Bridge area vision, do we then have a subset vision within that, if you like?
Well, I think we do. We have the what's called the SE1 area, which is the life sciences.
Say it again. The
SE1 district.
Yes.
Oh, SC1.
SC1.
It's South Central.
South Central.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Good. Carry on, Chris. Carry on, Mr. Goddard. Yeah.
SC1, which is referred to in my evidence as a sort of life sciences. Again, intention to build a globally significant campus, or to build on what is already becoming a globally significant life sciences campus. And I think here we're actually particularising the demand down to a very narrowly defined area, which is around about the Guy's and St Thomas's NHS and along St Thomas's Street. This is not necessarily geographically constrained in that way, but in practical terms, when we heard Mr Villas talking about the need and the demand and the enthusiasm for the affordable workspace in the Georgian Terrace and in the new building, you see that connectivity, hence my point about understanding the difference between a borough-wide theoretical assessment of floor space need and an actual demand for an actual area, for an actual building, is that in order to support that initiative, which sits within these layers of Russian dolls, it's actually important that there is quality space, and obviously important that it's now, not in 5 years' time or 10 years' time, to meet those very specific needs in this area.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. So that's the sort of one way in which the plans are pulling, if you like. Moving on to the subject of tall buildings next. So let's just have what you would like to say as the planner, if you like, in relation to clusters, plural, clusters, singular.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth in this part of Southwark where we are.
Yeah. Well, again, I think it's something that Mr. Glasgow fairly corrected, that in his evidence he seemed to be suggesting that there were two separate clusters on St Thomas's Street. He's clarified that position, that I think, perhaps not surprisingly, it's common ground that there's a single established London Bridge tall buildings cluster with the Shard as its pinnacle. Hope that's not controversial. But I think that it's interested in cross-examination of Mr. Alford, referring to the CABE responses, which I think, I don't know, I think whether that was intended to actually suggest that there isn't a cluster, but perhaps be helpful just to clarify a couple of points in relation to that. So
yeah,
that would be picking up two documents at CDC 9 and CDC 10.
9 and 10, CDC 509, is it? Or?
Oh, that, no, that's probably my bad handwriting.
Okay.
You've got a note from me.
I have got a note from you, yeah.
Sorry.
So what have we got?
That's the third mistake so far.
Not at all, no, you're doing
CDC 9 and CDC 10.
CDC 9. What's the reference? CO9 then?
CDC.
Oh, I see. So CDC 9. Got it. Yeah. Got it.
These are the two CABE responses,
yes. So
1st of June 2018 and 13th of November 2018.
Right. Let's start with the 1st of June then, because that's the first of the two chronologically. So CO9. Yeah. So when we're there, and the inspector tells us when she's got it there. So what is it that you wanted to draw attention to now that we've got this?
Well, a few points. I mean, again, I'm just drawing out a couple of points, but I think that, I mean, obviously you'll read this in the context as a whole. But I mean, the first point I don't think should be controversial. It says that the proposed source at New City Court are clearly a huge improvement in design terms on the existing built fabric of the site, and a significant, this is under the summary, second paragraph, and a significant potential contribution to the economic and social life of an already productive and growing part of London. Now, clearly, they then talk about the challenges, acceptability of the buildings being far higher in comparison with the immediate adjacent urban area, and highlighting, as we recognise, London Borough of Southwark needs to balance the benefit against visual and experiential impacts. Really, the next point I wanted to come to, though, was height, which is under the next heading, bottom of the page. CABE at that stage felt that height required further justification. Obviously recognised the efforts made by the design team, and they recognise significant impact on conservation area and historic views. And then they talk about this, it's on the next page, in the presentation, the height of the building was partly justified on analysis of tall building clusters in London, including the immediate area. They say, relative isolation, the panel don't consider the proposed building to be part of this cluster, if indeed the existing morphology can meaningfully be called a cluster. And I think that was the point that was being put to Mr. Alford, which, as I say, his orders will come to see what Southwark has done in relation to its new Southwark plan. But I just think you need to read on and see what CABE was saying was needed. What they say at the end of that paragraph, what's needed is a spatial plan that covers the area to the east of the conservation area, defining when new tall buildings may be appropriate. For example, a series of punctuations along St Thomas's Street, as has already been begun to become established. In such an example, the proposed tower might form the western end stop. So it seems to me what they were saying in 2018 was clearly recognising this might be part of an emerging cluster, that what was needed some policy clarity.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to look a bit later to see whether we've got that. So the next cable letter is
CDC 10,
C10, yeah.
13th of November 2018.
Thank you. Just to give the inspector a note. Thank you, ma'am. Off you go.
Yeah. And yeah, the main point is again the third paragraph, referring to tall building, some concern building height, recommendations to lower the building. But then they say, however, in principle, we're not opposed to height in this location. I mean, clearly they then say in order to justify a more ambitious and innovative design is required. Well, you know, we've heard Mr. Alford's view about whether he feels that's right or not. I think the point I'm making is that the CABE certainly were not opposed in principle to height in this location. It was, and then the points that were put to Mr. Alford, I don't want to repeat those. But I think it really then just comes to page 3 and under the subheading tall buildings and key local distant views. What they're saying is that we reiterate our advice that the local planning authority should operate a fully up-to-date policy. As in May 2018, we do not believe a tall building on this site can be seen as part of a London Bridge cluster. We strongly recommend, if approved, it should form the western end of a line of tall buildings.
Western stop, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as I say, I mean, what they're saying in 2018, you know, as it transpires, is right, because Southwark have now undertaken that policy review of where tall buildings are appropriate.
So if we take the Southwark plan back to hand.
Yeah.
So EO1 Southwark plan, and so CABE were calling, if you like, for the planning authority to get grips with all of this in their plan. We've got the plan. Did they get to grips with tall buildings in it?
Yeah.
Okay, where do we go?
So I think we go to P17.
Page 133.
Yeah.
And what do you want to tell us about this?
Well, a number of things. It's been talked about at some length, but I mean, this is a bang up to date plan, informed by evidence, including analysis of tall buildings, and this is where Southwark respond to the requirements in the London plan, and I guess also address the points raised by CABE about getting to grips with where tall buildings should go. And what it does is identify an area that's appropriate for tall buildings on the plan, which I don't think we need to call up, but it's a matter of common ground that the site is within that area. It promotes the development of a cluster, and it recognises the role of the Shard as transforming the skyline. So it certainly would seem odd to then go back 4 years and say, you know, is there really a cluster there? Because, you know, yes, there is. It sets out criteria for tall building that tall building proposals must meet, and the design be required to meet. And I've addressed, largely by reference to the design and townscape evidence, I've addressed those criteria and the criteria of London Plan Policy D9 in my proof, so I don't necessarily need to revisit, although I'd like probably to come on to talk briefly about landmark significance.
Yes. So let's just pause for a moment. So we're in the area where tall buildings are said to be expected, so, you know, we're fair enough. That's the first item in P17. You mentioned the cluster and the specificity about the cluster. And as we know, because we've seen it loads of times, at the bottom of page 134 in item 7 of the reasons, do we see a specific cluster identified at Guy's Hospital Tower, London Bridge Place, which is the news building, and the Shard, with the Shard forming the new pinnacle within the, quote, existing cluster of tall buildings around London Bridge Station and Guy's Hospital.
Yeah,
so CABE were calling out for the plan to get to grips with this. Is this how the plan's got to grips?
Yeah, and it's saying that this tall building, I assume that's a Shard, it's redefined the skyline of the area, making London Bridge a focus for new tall building development.
Yes.
Tall buildings are now established at key junctions, as Blackfriars Road,
yes,
different cluster area.
Yeah, don't worry about that. There we've got the London Bridge focus new tall building development. Yeah.
And this is in the context that this sits within AV11. So, as I say, if we're coming back to context and looking at this from the strategic approach, AV11, a vision for this globally significant central London business district, headquarter offices, world-class inspiring new architecture, and now it includes planning for a cluster of tall buildings, which is centred around the tallest building in Western Europe,
so it might
and including this site.
It might not have been intentional, it might not have been implied, but when my learned friend Mr. Philpott took Mr. Alford to the Cabe letters, and which doubted whether there was a cluster, is that, if you like, all water under the bridge, whether it's London Bridge or otherwise? Is that all water under the bridge now?
I would have thought so. It'd be surprising if in the light of the Southwark plan, there was any suggestion that this is not an established tall buildings cluster.
Yeah, okay. And then secondly, just while we're on it, I mean, what's your planner's take, if you like, as to whether either of our tall building proposals could legitimately be said to be part of that cluster that you've just referred to?
Yeah, well, I think clearly for a number of reasons, and one of them I think relates to this criteria of landmark significance. Maybe I'll come on to that. But if you look at the cluster and you look at the from almost any direction, but particularly obviously if you're looking south at the cluster with the Shard at the pinnacle, if you draw a full stop at Shard Place, which I think was Zan's sort of suggestion, it's a pretty lopsided cluster. And bearing in mind it's called the London Bridge cluster, to call that cluster consciously pulled away from London Bridge as a pretty major viewing point and strategic north-south route, and so the London Bridge cluster should be removed from London Bridge and it should be focused entirely to the east, at considerably further distance from the Shard, would be a strange approach, and it's clearly it would be a strange approach that wouldn't then support decisions like Field and House, which is to the west, and is, as we'll come on to talk about, located obviously in the conservation area, the same heritage context, or largely the same heritage context as this site.
Okay. All right, thank you very much indeed. So you said you wanted to say something about landmark significance. So while we've got the Southwark plan open,
yeah,
you see there's a
fact box.
Yes, a fact box, if one can have such a thing for a point of landmark significance. But anyway, it's page 135, and we know the point of landmark significance, we're told, is where a number of important routes converge. There's a concentration of activity in which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. I think many of the witnesses of this inquiry on both sides of the room have had a go at this. So why don't you say what you'd like to say from the planning perspective, please?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, where a number of routes converge.
Number of important routes.
Important routes converge. Mr. Philpott, in his questions to Mr. Alford, focused on St Thomas Street and Borough High Street as two routes, and sort of underplay the importance of St Thomas Street. But this is referring to where a number of important routes converge, and as was recognised in the Field and House decision, this site also includes an entrance to London Bridge Tube Station, one of the busier tube stations. So to sort of rather ignore the fact that actually site, to all intents and purposes, includes a tube entrance, which is quite an important transport route, as well as two major roads, and clearly within a town centre and with substantial footfall, so much so that the pavement is crowded and congested at times, would seem to me that it is patently a point where a number of important routes converge. It's equally clear, I mean, it's in a town centre and a concentration of activity. I don't want to necessarily deal with the point about the footfall allocation, because that's not my expertise, but from my understanding of the material, the point that this may have a lower footfall than other London Bridge exits doesn't detract from the fact that it still has a significant footfall. And I think the third point is which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. I think there's some relevance to the word "will be," because if you look at it in context, I mean, that's clearly anticipating a future state. It's not saying for example, that the only places of landscape significance might be where there's already a tall building or something that's the focus of views. It will be, and I mean, it's clear and arguably from the basis of the evidence of concerns about the views of this, that it will be the focus of views from several directions. As part of a cluster, it won't detract from the Shard as the pinnacle, but it will clearly be a focus of views. And there's been great concentration of those views at this inquiry. But I think it's also relevant to look at the Field and House decision, because it seems to me that for the local authority to argue that this is not a point of landmark significance and the Field and House is, you need to sort of understand the basis on which the council judged that Field and House was within an area of landmark significance. So that's that decision, Ma'am, is CDH 15.
CDH 15. I suspect you're going to go to the paragraphs under the heading of point of landmark significance that begins at 104. So that's at page 16, I think, in the PDF, I think. So it's paragraph 104 onwards. There's a heading, is located at a point of landmark significance. This is Shard Place, just to remind ourselves. So we all know where Shard Place is vis-a-vis our site. So we're diagonally across the road. So what do we find out in this report that you want to draw our attention to?
Well, it's really 105 that is the most pertinent. I think it repeats the definition, which is unchanged from the 2007 plan. This location, that's Field and House, fits that definition. It's located at significant river crossing, well, hence my point about that significant river crossing can only be London Bridge.
Right.
So, you know, if this is a judgment about the factors that make this a point of landmark significance, then proximity to London Bridge would rather suggest that that would apply equally or rather better to New City Court.
Okay.
And at the confluence of different modes of transport, hence the point I've made about the tube, where a proposal of exceptional quality could be considered if it substantially exceeds its context. I'll talk about this Field and House decision later, I suspect, in this context. But you know, this is substantial. I'm not entirely sure of the wording, the language here, but substantially exceeds its context and exceptional quality. Seems to me that it's pointing to the quality of the building and aligns with the definition of will be the focus of views, because it doesn't seem to be saying that the previous buildings on the site were of exceptional quality or exceeding context. It was that a new building could achieve that. And I think from Mr. Alford's evidence, it seems to me very clear that not only is the appeals site currently a point of landmark significance against the definition, but the proposal will reinforce its position as a point of landmark significance.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Good. Fine. So with all of that in mind then, we've looked at all these layers of policy. We've looked at the policy in the Southwark Plan in particular about tall buildings. We know that both plans have robust policies to protect heritage. I think that's a fair way of putting it. We've seen them all at the inquiry. Don't do harm, and in some cases for the World Heritage Site, for example, we know the policies are saying enhance, make the World Heritage Site better. So the conundrum, if you like, which I raised earlier on in the inquiry, so how do you square all these things? Are heritage impacts, if you like, inevitable when we're dealing with tall buildings in an area like this, or is it something where you can imagine, is this an area where you can imagine, well, you could have a tall building in this cluster without heritage impacts? I mean, how do you see all these things as a planner?
Well, I mean, I think I don't want to trespass on heritage evidence and impacts particularly, but clearly it's evident from decisions both in relation to the points that have been made about Secretary of State's views on the Shard, views made by the GLA and others, including Southwark, about heritage impacts of other consented buildings and proposed buildings in this area. And I suppose that don't mean this in a pejorative way, but the slightly simplistic view that seeing tall buildings in the setting of a listed building or from the Tower of London seems to be sort of perceived as almost inevitably harmful, is that it would seem to me, if that's the approach taken, it would be very difficult to envisage tall buildings within the cluster as anticipated in the New Southwark Plan that wouldn't cause some form of harm to heritage assets adopting that criteria. I mean, obviously, I know Mr. Stewart is very, very clearly of the view that the cluster hasn't been harmful, and that the Shard in particular is a great building and a pinnacle, and is not something that we should be concerned about. But that seems to be the inference, and certainly that's the view that's been taken by decisions to support new towers in this area.
Okay, so if we just look at how one squares the circle, works out how to deal with this conundrum, if we just get the policy basis clear in our minds, we've seen it several times in the inquiry, but it's P17, the Southwark Plan. So back to page 133 of the Southwark Plan. I know you want to look at some of these decisions, not just Shard Place, but I think Vinegar Yard as well. But if we just, before we do that, if we just remind ourselves that, we're not the first people to wonder how you reconcile all these points. So in P17, sub 3, sub 2, on page 133, do we find that we're told conserve and enhance the significance of designated heritage assets? This is what tall buildings are meant to do, by the way. Make heritage assets, not only not harm them, but make them better. Make a positive contribution to wider townscape. Where proposals will affect the significance of a designated heritage asset, and it's been agreed at the inquiry by the councils, witness that, two of them in fact, that can only mean harmfully affect. So where proposals will harmfully affect the significance of a designated heritage asset from alteration or destruction or for development within its setting, clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits will be required. So is that how the plan goes? Is that how the plan answers the conundrum, if you like?
Yeah, I think it's the only rational way the plan can answer the conundrum. I mean, it's simply aligning with para 202 of the MPPF. And indeed, if it was suggested, well, it has been suggested that London plan policies like HC02, don't include a planning balance, then that would suggest that any proposal that has any harm would be unacceptable. It clearly can't be the intention. It's certainly not the way that the policy is applied in practice, but it can't be the intention to ignore the MPPF para 202 and the requirement for a planning balance, and certainly that's what the most up-to-date P17 anticipates. It wants to enhance, but it also recognises that if you cause or will affect the significance of heritage assets, you've got to justify it, and that's on the basis of the balance of public benefits.
Yeah. Okay. So I know you wanted to go to some of the more recent decisions, if you like, that tread this path of balancing things. So did you want to take us back to Shard Place?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so that's Field and Health. So that was H15. Which paragraph number do you want to take us to? In there?
We go to, there's a series of them, but I mean, 119, I think.
Paragraph 119. So hold on for one moment. That is in the, that would be page 18? Page 18 of H15. Page 18 of H15. Yes.
And this lists, I mean, it's interesting that this committee report doesn't specifically include a heritage section, but it's a series of issues. I think probably applying criteria from the old Southwark Plan policy. But I mean, I suppose the short point I'm making here is that it was quite clear that the proposal was subject to concerns from City of London, historic royal palaces, and the concerns related to impacts or views and effects on views from the Tower of London, that the Field House was visible from Southwark Cathedral. These paragraphs 121 and 122 talk about visibility from the Tower of London and from Southwark Cathedral. And then really the point that I wanted to make was that we then go to the conclusion of paragraph 127.
127 on page 19. Yeah.
And this, I mean, sorry, I should have also said that, if you read the whole context, this committee report makes very clear that this is in the context of the conservation area appraisal. It goes on at some length about the character of St Thomas Street, the generally low rise. It's not me.
No, good.
The generally low rise, the heritage significance. So this is the language. I don't know if I actually have the reference to hand, but the language in this committee report clearly recognises that this is a sensitive location. But and I think the references are in my main proof. But paragraph 127, if you have it to hand. And it simply says, in conclusion, officers are satisfied this is a high quality scheme meeting the requirements of policy 320. I think that was the old tall buildings policy.
That's the old one in the London plan, isn't it?
No, 320 I think was the old Southwark plan,
Was it?
the 87 Southwark plan.
Yeah.
It's an exceptional iconic piece of architectural design that will complement its historic and civic setting. But I don't think it's suggesting that it's drawing from context. It's complementing. It's matched by a well-designed and integrated public realm that responds to this complex transport interchange context. So I think when we talk about, or when others talk about jarring views, eye-catching, reading in the round the Field and House decision, those appear to have been the attributes of that high-quality scheme that attracted Southwark. And I have to say that the contrast, I mean, clearly every case has to be judged on its merits, but the contrast between the approach taken to a building 30 metres away from the new city court site, I find quite difficult to reconcile. I mean, clearly there are differences, but there's equally, reading that language, a lot of similarities.
All right. And you wanted to go to Vinegar Yard, which is the most recent of all of these towers in.
Well, I think Vinegar Yard is helpful because, whereas it may be said that Field and House is a 2014 decision and predated London Plan HC02 and such like.
Yeah.
Vinegar Yard is a GLA decision. The consent's not issued yet because it's subject to a 106, but I'm not. So in that sense, it's a pretty up-to-date example of the Mayor of London applying his own policies to a tall building in the cluster.
In our street.
In our street.
Yes.
In our cluster, in accordance with the London Plan and the New Southwark Plan. And it is document CDG04.
G04.
Yeah.
G04. So this is 27th of May this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you want to go in this, please?
I want to go to try and find the document. Sorry. It's got my password wrong.
Have you been chucked up?
No, I haven't been chucked off the internet yet, so that's good news. CDG04. Right, I'm probably going to be the last person in the room to find it. Oh, you have it, man. Okay. No, that's good. Okay. And I think this is, again, every scheme judged on its merits, but this epitomises, I think, the approach to applying the London Plan, the development plan as a whole, as I outlined at the beginning of my evidence. So, where do we go to? Perhaps paragraph 581 of the report. It's a big report, I'm afraid.
That which is coming, man. It is.
What page, sorry?
135.
Page 135.
Yeah.
It's just, you said this is a, very large report. Is that because this report was actually for the representation hearings, because the mayor in London, the mayor can take decisions to himself.
Yes.
As a hearing.
Yeah.
Is this?
Yes. So this is
writing that.
This is the report of the officers of the GLA to the mayor recommending approval of this scheme. So 581. Adverse impact on settings generally caused by the appearance of a new modern building of such height, massing and design detract from appreciation of some important views within these heritage assets. So it talks about would cause a degree of harm to the understanding and appreciation, generally fall at the low to moderate end of the scale of less than substantial. And it goes to consider the harm to each.
Okay. And is that just out of interest? So thinking about the 2018 scheme, did we have some similar comment from the GLA in relation to the 2018 scheme?
Yes, I might come back to it later. But the GLA Stage 1 report for the 2018 scheme, I mean, in terms, more or less says the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. And this is the left-hand building on the on the model. Okay. Go on.
And so it says, as the significance of a number of heritage assets would not be conserved or enhanced, application would be contrary to, and then it lists policies HC1, D9, Part C1D, Southwark Plan policies 19 and 20. And then it refers to, again, no balancing built into HC1, but you have to read the plan as a whole, and D9D requires that proposals causing harm provide convincing justification. So that's clearly aligned with New Southwark Plan P17. Demonstrating alternatives have been explored. Well, I mean, we've got 2 alternative schemes before this inquiry, rather unusually, and that public benefits outweigh the harm, which obviously is, and then it says that furthermore, the proposal will result in low level of harm to the setting of the Tower of London World Heritage Site, contrary to HC2. So, it absolutely in terms, earlier this year, the Mayor of London, recognises all those points. Paragraph 584, the Mayor says 196 of the MPPF also states, I think this is now moved on, but
this is 202.
It's now paragraph 202. Where less than substantial, you have to weigh the benefits. So if the Mayor thought that, for example, HC2 was a gateway policy, that you don't have to consider benefits because if the harm to the World Heritage Site, it's a refusal, then it would be odd to, in his own report, consider the benefits. And they're set out there, and I'm not seeking, just for the avoidance of doubt, to do a sort of comparative exercise of the benefits of that. This is about approach to decision making. So at 586, less than substantial, public benefits outlined above, it's concluded that the public benefits would clearly and convincingly outweigh the heritage harm. Balance under the exercise is favourable to the proposals despite the conflicts. The proposals will be acceptable. And then goes further to say not just acceptable, but actually overall concludes that the proposal is in accordance with the development plan. So this is paragraph 589.
Okay, so let's have a look at 589 because it starts off on an interesting note, perhaps. So PDF page 137. Paragraph 589.
It says, overall, it is not unusual for applications of this scale and nature to result in conflicts with some policies. Development plan policies can, and in this case do, pull in different directions. Notwithstanding the partial conflict with some development plan policies, the proposed development is considered to accord with the development plan overall. GLA officers consider the planning balance weighs in favour of the grant of permission.
Okay. Now, I mean, this is the same street, different scheme, obviously, but same street, similar sort of issues. If that's the approach adopted just very few months ago by the Strategic Planning Authority for a tower in this street, and bearing in mind 589 in particular there, do you see any justification for taking a different approach in this case at a few metres along the street, the same street?
Well, I mean, not in terms of the approach, the application of policy, and the way in which you have to address policy, but I think it goes rather further than that, because in this case we have the GLA Stage 1 reports in relation to both appeal schemes. And I mean, the stage 1 report in relation to the 2018 scheme in particular, frankly, follows a very similar line of logic and comes to a very clear conclusion, which is broadly the same conclusion. So I think refer to that in a moment, a little bit later. But so we have overall approach bang up to date. That applies the current London Plan policy, and any consideration about World Heritage sites and tightening the policy and concerns about the Tower of London and the Tulip decision and all that is all predated. Is post-dated by a bang up to date mayor's decision in this street with harm to the Tower of London World Heritage site. Now, our case is that there is no harm to the Tower of London World Heritage site, but this is really if one was to apply the council's and English heritage approach, I think it's to reach the same conclusion.
Yeah. Okay, jolly good. So can we just go off on a little tangent, if you like, because while in the context of the tall buildings policy in the Southwark Plan, which is policy P17, we know that on page 133 of the Southwark Plan, which is EO1, never going to remember the number, EO1, we're told at the outset that there's this area which is on the map where the council expects tall buildings, but then within that they've marked out some individual sites where taller buildings may be appropriate, and they've been identified in various site allocations. So we know our site is not one of the site allocations. Now, to the extent that it's been implied, or perhaps more than implied, that it's some sort of black mark, if you like, against the site, that it's not allocated for a tall building, and therefore that, it's some sort of important point. What would you say to that, please?
I think Mr. Glasgow did accept in evidence in chief that he says he wasn't making any inference that unallocated sites are less suitable, and he agrees it's common ground that the appeal proposals should be judged against London Plan D9 and NSP P17. But I think in his evidence in chief, he still seemed to me at least to infer that the decision not to allocate the site was based on some consideration of suitability, because when he was asked to respond to my paragraph 3.5 of my rebuttal proof, where I referred to the stated reason why the site wasn't progressed as an allocation, he said that was only partly correct. He referred to initial comments, but then he said there was, my note, it was subsequently a much fuller response.
Okay, so it's just pause for a moment. So your rebuttal proof, we needn't turn it up, I don't think, but for the note, had referred to the report which had been submitted to the local planning inspectors, explaining why certain sites hadn't been allocated for development. And it's core document, just for the reference, it's core document EO9. And within it, as we saw when we had Mr. Glasgow answering questions, paragraph 2.4 on page 5, it refers to an appendix which then explains why sites aren't in. And we found that at PDF page 80 for the note, New City Core said fragmented mixture of buildings like to be in multiple ownership, unlike to come forward as a whole. Redevelopment can be achieved under other Southwark Plan policies. So that's what the documentary record showed until Mr. Glasgow came along and said, well, that's only partially correct. So pick it up from there, please.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I mean, clearly that explanation is factually incorrect, because it says likely to be in multiple ownership. So clearly wasn't a great deal of investigation undertaken of the site on the basis it's not in multiple ownership. Well, the document I've seen, I'm afraid I don't have a reference number for it, but it was the consultation responses.
Yes. That's what I said to Mr. Glasgow.
It was this document that was handed in, but I'm afraid.
So during examination chief and cross-examination, there was this Mr. Glasgow had seen something. He said, well, there was this more detailed analysis of the site. And I said, well, what is it? And my own friend very fairly then ensured that thorough investigations took place, and whatever the product of that has gone in as an inquiry document. Now, what's the number of it?
INQ 19.
19. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. That's excellent. INQ 19. So, how smoky is the smoking gun then, Mr.
Well, I mean, unless I'm missing something, and I can quite stand corrected if there's some additional document I've missed, but it seems to say even less, because it simply says representation noted, redevelopment of this site can be brought forward through other development management policies. And then it says application reference is currently awaiting determination. So, I mean, on the basis that there was a detailed application at the time, and it was recognising that the site could be and would be subject to a far greater degree of scrutiny as a planning application, it didn't allocate the site. But I mean, there's certainly no suggestion there that it's not an appropriate location for redevelopment of a tall building, or any additional indication of work undertaken by the council to assess suitability. And I've looked at some of the explanations I've looked at, and I don't necessarily think there's any need to go there, but I've looked at the various tall building studies that underpinned the New Southwark plan. I think for the most part they excluded the site altogether, not for a reason that was unsuitable. It simply wasn't included in the study area. I've also understood the point I think Mr. Philpott made about somehow curating views and focusing towards the eastern end of St Thomas Street to avoid conflict with the Tower of London management plan. Seems to me that in the light of the Mayor's decision in relation to Vinegar Yard, where there is accepted harm to Tower of London, and as far as I can recall, the image shows that the eastern end of the cluster clearly is visible from the areas under concern. That doesn't appear to be tenable. I think, in fact, Mr. Young for Historic England confirmed that document can't be considered to be up to date because they're simply wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm not seeing any explanation other than the obvious one, that it wasn't considered. I suppose the only point is the opposite, is if there was any suggestion that the site was unsuitable, it wouldn't be identified in policy P17. It would have been very easy to either expressly exclude the site, or it would have been possible to exclude the conservation area, or all conservation areas. But what was done and examined and has been adopted was a policy that expressly identifies this area as being included within. So
yeah. I
think, I suppose we may get to the same point, and apologies if that took a long time, because we probably get to the point of criteria, but unless there's any suggestion that allocations are more suitable or somehow have been subject to more scrutiny, or that this has been rejected, it's simply wrong.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's INQ20, by the way, ma'am. No, that's all right. That's right. I mean, I had no idea what the number was, so I can't claim that any knowledge on my part.
You were waving.
What were you waving around?
Oh, there's a constant.
Yeah.
Is that the two? The DP9. Yeah. Yeah.
20 is the table.
So,
and you were reading
I was reading the table on the basis that obviously I know what the DP9 letter says, but that's assuming that's not Southwark's response. That's what DP9 said. So that's the council's response.
Okay, so it's INQ20 is what you were reading from.
Yes. Yeah.
19 being a document that led up to 20. Okay, brilliant. Got it. Thanks very much indeed. Fine. Well, ma'am, I'm sorry, we're going to be a little bit longer than the hour and a half, but don't worry, that's all fine. So we've got consultation, Mr.
Not
Goddard.
17 hours longer. Or
Not 17 hours longer. No. Not even in the worst version
How
of the
long
world.
do you think?
It looks to me as if there's going to be, I would say, half an hour, to be honest. I was just wondering whether we should break for tea.
Yeah.
We've got consultation as a heading, and we've got public benefits as a heading, and then we've got conclusion. Yeah,
Okay.
conclusion. So
Yeah, if we have a short 15-minute break.
absolutely fine, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, so if we come back at 20 to 4, thank you. On that note, we'll
Happy
continue.
note. On that happy note, well, we've got a conscious inspector. Very excellent, excellent. Good. Thank you, ma'am. So, right, we're resuming. So I know that the next subheading is consultation, and you wanted to pick up a few points of different types about the consultation process and who said what, when, and so on and so forth. So tell us where you'd like to start, Mr. Gollard, and we'll get the document up on our screens, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, well, I think we'd just like to briefly look at the pre-application responses from Southwark, which is CDC 1 and 2.
CDC
1, 2 and 3. CDC 1, 2 and 3.
Okay, we're going to start with 1.
Yeah.
Good. Better to say much Scottish. Well, let's you there, ma'am. Thank you. Right. So where do you want to go to in this?
Well, okay. I mean, the first point I'd make is that, and I'll preface that I wasn't involved in the pre-application consultation. I was only instructed in the lead up to this appeal, and it's not something I'd normally go to. But points were being made, it seemed to me, about the pre-application process, and in particular CABE engagement. And it was suggested that Mr. Alford hadn't sort of looked at the written pre-application responses. So I thought it would be helpful just to highlight a few points as to the overall consultation process, which I have to say, in opening, I think was an extraordinarily committed period of consultation over 7 years from a client I know very well that would clearly want to engage and seek to reach agreement. And documentary evidence shows the lengths that were gone to in terms of engagement and consultation. But I just wanted to pick up just a couple of brief points from the letters to see where that gets us. So CDC 01 is a written pre-app response principally on heritage. And this is obviously in relation to the 2018 scheme. It's in May 2018. And I think probably the principal point I want to make is at the bottom of page 2, which begins, the information submitted demonstrates that.
Okay, just bear with us for one moment. At the very bottom of page 2, yeah. Yes.
It's a brief point, but this letter is predicated on the basis of substantial harm. So the council at this stage was concluding that there would be substantial harm in heritage terms, and that, as we all know, is a fundamentally different planning balance and judgment. But notwithstanding,
and so that's at the beginning of the paragraph, and it comes back in at the end of the paragraph as well.
Substantial and unjustifiable harm to the setting of Southwark Cathedral.
And then towards the end, while the proposal incorporates public benefits, the scheme is causing substantial harm because of its height, etc.
Yes.
Having en route discussed Guy's and the World Heritage Site. Okay, so substantial harm at that stage. Right.
So and then just by way of a degree of balance, but clearly, if you start from substantial harm, it's a different test. The last page, the third paragraph down.
Last page, third paragraph down. The base.
And this really is just giving some sort of a clue at this stage of what Southwark was concerned about. So it reads, the base of the proposal includes a number of areas of public realm and proposes a significant enhancement of the yards, which are a characterful and distinctive feature of the conservation area, noted in the conservation area appraisal. The middle, insofar as it's limited to the height of other tall buildings like the place, I assume that means Shard Place, could be considered to contribute positively to that collection of buildings at the foothills of the Shard, given its location near to Fieldham House. And then it goes on, however, and basically saying the top is likely to cause substantial harm to the setting of listed buildings. So Southwark Cathedral, Guy's Hospital.
The place, by the way, is London Bridge Place.
Okay, sorry. Okay, right. Yes. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
But so nonetheless, I mean, in stark contrast to perhaps the position taken at this inquiry in terms of the benefits and contribution of the public realm and the base, but it's just to make the short point that from an early stage, the council proceeded on the basis that this scheme would cause substantial harm, and which is a materially different position to where we find ourselves now. And then if we go to CDC 02, again, this is the second, and it's the more rounded pre-application consultation. So this is December 2018. And it refers back to the previous letter saying that substantial harm to several heritage assets. And then the other point I wanted to draw attention to, I mean, again, Mum, obviously I'm not suggesting don't read this in its entirety. It's quite illuminating in the sense of, notwithstanding it concludes substantial harm, certainly a more balanced consideration of pros and cons. But is the point that relates to the CABE panel, and this is a point I just want to touch on briefly. So this is page 4 under conclusion on design and harm to heritage impacts.
I see, yes. Conclusion on design and harm to heritage impacts. Yes, please.
Do you have that one? Yeah. So the scheme was reviewed by the CABE design panel. They generally endorsed the architectural design. Obviously, it's a point I'm making my proof. However, they found it needed further development before it could be considered exemplary. And obviously, that's a point of distinction or difference. Raised questions about the character of the architecture, the environment, microclimate, and sustainability credentials, which I think Mr. Alford has covered. So, yeah, their view cannot be considered exemplary. I'm not demurring that was their view. Obviously, we take a different view. But it's the second paragraph I thought was interesting. Notwithstanding the above, the CABE panel has sought to influence the council's view about the prospect of a substantial tower in this sensitive historic location. They suggested this location could form the edge of the London Bridge cluster. Ultimately, the impact of the proposal will be experienced in its immediate location, conservation area, while more could be done to refine the design. And then this is again Suffolk saying that they consider the sensitive historic setting remains unjustified because they conclude substantial harm. But it just seems to me there's a slightly different spin. I mean, I'm often think there's so little benefit in inquiries trying to interpret what the CABE letter said. It was put to Mr. Alford at some point, and he was involved in the process of saying, actually, no, that's not what they were saying. There's two parts to that letter. But certainly Southwark's view was that CABE were endorsing or were seeking to encourage them or persuade them to identify this as the western edge of the cluster at that stage.
Yeah.
So
yeah. In the next paragraph down, the council's plan-led stance, and it's not read it all out aloud, but substantial harm is mentioned, 6 or 7 times, I think.
Yeah.
So several times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, clearly, and again, I don't want to spend lots of inquiry time talking about why the 2021 scheme evolved, but if you look at what was said in that letter, that actually that the seemingly less concern about the base and the middle, but concern about the height, it's hardly surprising that the applicants sought to produce a scheme that could address those concerns. And I mean, in large measure, it resulted in a letter of support from Southwark Cathedral, no objection from the City of London. It specifically, obviously, it didn't necessarily address CABE's views, who felt there was a case for a taller building. But it was an attempt, certainly, to address Southwark's views and the views of others, and partially successful with the number of objections withdrawn. But the point to make is, and I don't think we need to call it up, but the comparable letter, the pre-application letter for Southwark CDC 3 for the 2021 scheme, again concludes substantial harm. So, notwithstanding it's at the top of the building's been shortened, it's again concludes that the scheme would cause substantial harm. So, all the written pre-application advice from Southwark is based on fundamentally wrong premise where we find ourselves today.
So we just take a rain check. So let's just compare the case now as the case is made through that several years, capturing those letters of discussions. So on the heritage side, substantial harm, substantial harm, substantial harm. In the inquiry, it's less than substantial harm across the board.
Yeah.
In the consultation letter on the 2018 scheme, the first one he took us to, description of the public realm as being generous, well proportioned, and enhancing. You read out all those things. Contrast to where we are now with Miss Adams, who literally didn't have a good word to say about the scheme. So are those two changes of any relevance in the way in which the council's going about?
And again, I'm not sure I can find the reference, but I'll tell you what I've noted is in CDCO2, the pre-app letter says there's a great number of benefits as a result of the reduced footprint, and it describes it as a generous and well-proportioned square, which not only accommodates the anticipated increase in footfall from the tube station, but also improves the setting of the Grade 2 listed King's Head Public House. That was the pre-application written advice from Southwark. Happy to. I mean, if you've got the reference, that's what. Hence my question, because I've just noted that point, but I don't have the paragraph number.
It's on
page 6 of 12. 6 of 12 in the new in the PDF. Forgive me.
Yeah.
6 of 12 in Google document PDF. Yeah.
Oh, in contrast, the routes. Yeah. So in contrast, I mean, happy to, obviously, I said to the inspector that clearly these need to be read in the round. I'm not suggesting that's a wholly rosy picture, or we wouldn't be here. But in contrast,
no.
That's being made. Gosh. There's a contrast in the case that's being made there. And don't mind the reference is going to be taken to a document. Develop that. Very next paragraph, highly relevant and stuff that will just take more time.
Yeah. I mean, a totally fair point, which I accept, and as I say, I'm totally appreciate the point you're making. I mean, I'm happy to read it out or draw it to your attention.
I don't think you need to read it. Obviously, I'm aware of the letters. I'll read them as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, but for avoidance of doubt, I'm not suggesting that Southwark was wholly supportive of hybrid scheme in these letters. There's clearly a lot of criticism made of the schemes, but apologies if that's taken out of context.
But in terms of the nature of the case, so fine, the concerns are expressed, they're still expressed. But in the letter, the paragraph that you were at, a number of benefits include the generous and well-proportioned square to the rear of the tube station, the new public space on St Thomas Street, improving the setting to the King's Head Public House, improving views of its frontage and making it a feature of the new square. Is there any trace of that? We know that the other concerns in the letter have continued, but those good things that said about the scheme, have we had any of that in the evidence inquiry from the self-same body, the council?
No, I mean, I think for the setting of the King's Head Public House, I think Mr Glasgow is one of my list of benefits the GLA's identified. I think Mr Glasgow didn't accept that.
Okay, all right, let's move on. So where to next, Mr Goddard?
I was just going, as I can't remember if I said it, but the 2021 letter again assumes substantial harm, so I don't need to call it up. It's simply the wrong premise.
Yeah.
So I was just going to briefly respond to the, because clearly a criticism was made of that policy compliance. Why no CABE consultation on the 2021 scheme?
Okay, so why didn't we go back to CABE on the 2021 scheme? The point
Yeah.
been raised. Yeah.
So as Mr Alford said, I mean, clearly, there was a view from CABE and there was a view from a range of objectors and consultees. And as he said, fundamentally, the 2021 scheme was seeking to respond to HE and Southwark and Southwark Cathedral's concerns, not necessarily to address points made by CABE. And he quite fairly said that his view was that a lot of the points that CABE made, he simply disagreed with. So, you can't satisfy everybody. Looking at the letters, there's no consensus. And indeed, there are elements of the scheme, for example, CABE support the yard typology of the design, which Southwark disputes. So, ultimately, my experience is that you have to reach a point where you've got people's views, but you have to actually decide what your scheme is and progress with it. Mr Alford accepted a sort of what I suppose I'd call it a tick box non-compliance with London Plan Policy D4D, which is the point about quality review. I think my answer would be, because this is a question I think he bounced to me, I think that slightly misses the point. I mean, firstly, there was an extensive design review process over many years and meetings with CDC. It was part of a 6-year process and with different views, including comments that there was much to commend about the scheme, but those comments were pulling in different ways. Now, my understanding, and this is based on advice that I've received, is that Southwark officers didn't suggest a further CABE review. They instead suggested attending their own design review panel, which is different to CABE. And my understanding is that they offered a date which we couldn't do. It was very, very short notice. We requested a later date, which went unanswered. We certainly, I think, my understanding was we were prepared to present to the DRP, but on the 12th of June, it says June, I think that might be January 2021, but I stand corrected. We received an email basically from the council, so this is even before the 2021 scheme had been submitted, saying that the 2018 application would not be supported, and that if submitted, the 2021 scheme would not be supported.
So before the application's even made.
Yeah, I mean, it was essentially, it became, I suppose, putting it bluntly, patently obvious that despite exploring alternatives, there was no single solution that would address all the disparate views that Southwark was seemingly inextricably objecting to the scheme, based obviously on its view at the time of substantial harm. And so ultimately the decision was taken to submit. So, if that's, I wouldn't necessarily accept that is a breach of D4, because I think this is a continuum of a design review process. But if that was the view, and if there's any weight to be attached to that, I suppose, again, you need to look at the GLA's response to the stage 1 response to this application. And I said that I could refer to that or pull that up. Again, I don't know if that would be useful. I don't think we've talked about it yet.
What's the point you wish to make?
Well, the point I want to make is that if it's being said that we're in breach of a GLA policy and London Plan policy, and that some weight is attached to that, it's perhaps worth seeing the response of the custodian of that policy. So the GLA, in its stage 1 review of the 2018 scheme, gave strong support. This is all in my main proof. So strong support for the mix of use, strong support for public open space, support for the scale and height. That was a GLA's pre-app response, CDG 1. CDG 2, the stage 1 report, strong support, high design and architectural quality, less than substantial harm outweighed by substantial public benefits. In other words, a very similar conclusion to the Vinegar Yard decision. So I guess what I'd say in summary is, in judging how to respond to very divergent and in some cases contradictory consultation responses, and particular compliance with strategic policy, my view is you'd certainly, goes back to this point about what's the overall strategy, what are we trying to achieve here? This is not about, a tick box sort of point scoring about individual policies. But that's not a point that the GLA was raising in relation to the 2018 scheme. And I think you would attach more weight to their views, if you like, and the overall balance of this case than whether it's argued that meeting, an additional meeting should have taken place. But it's actually avoidance of doubt. My understanding is there was no request or suggestion that a further meeting of CAPE should take place.
Okay, all right. And a different process was suggested, a date was offered, we can do it as you explained. And
yeah,
we've taken this, when you say advice,
from colleagues that were involved in the application. I've made clear I wasn't involved in the application.
Okay, good. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move then to the last main tranche of this before your overall conclusions, and that's the important subjects of public benefits. Public benefits. So we've had an awful lot about harm. Let's talk about the other side of the equation. We know that there's a list of headings of benefits which are agreed between the parties. There are some which aren't agreed, which we're going to come to, obviously. But and in fact, we might start with the ones which aren't agreed. So, in relation to design and public realm, the quality of the design and the presence of and quality of the public realm that's proposed in the schemes. Now we know that in Mr. Glasgow's approach, neither of those things, or treat them as one thing, one connected thing, they're not given weight as a benefit because of the evidence of Miss Adams, which thinks the design quality is not up to scratch and the public realm is mean, I think her expression was. Obviously we take a different view to that, as the inspector knows. Some form of judgment's going to have to be made about this. If the view is formed that the design quality is high, exemplary, whatever turn of phrase one wants to use, and the public realm is worth having, what would you say to that as a public benefit?
Yeah, I think it's a very substantial public benefit. I think that based on the evidence that I've seen and including the comments from the GLA on the 2018 scheme, notably in stage one, actually in context some of the complimentary comments from CABE and even some of the positive aspects that LBS has previously raised in relation to public realm. But looking at the scheme as it is before the inquiry, both schemes, I think they are exemplary. They're striking new architecture. I think that new buildings as envisaged by AV11, the strategy for this area, I think they do exactly what AV11 anticipates, and I think that in that sense they also echoes of the Field and House decision, where you could take a view about the quality of design or compare the two buildings, but taking the approach about a striking new building, in that case within the conservation area and in very close proximity, and in the context that the existing building is a detractor. Again, I think Southwark has recognised that. Historic England have recognised it's a detractor and redevelopment's benefit. So did CABE. So I'd attach very substantial weight to that public benefit, and I think I'd just add that's the design and public realm, but also I think the public access, elevated access.
So this is in each scheme, depending on what you look at. It's a Mary Poppins level in the 2018 scheme. It's the top of the building in the 2021 scheme. So publicly accessible, public gardens, if you like. And we've seen at the inquiry that of these towers along St Thomas Street built and approved, that none of them got elevated public access freely available to the public in a garden form. So what do you say about that?
Yeah, well, I think in that sense, as you say, whilst it's required by policy, it's not so far been delivered. I mean, the Shark obviously has got a stunning viewing platform, but it's not a public garden. It's certainly not freely accessible, far from it. And so, that wouldn't qualify against the current London Plan policies in D9. So, and for the avoidance of doubt, in my evidence, I attach moderate weight to that. I think that's in the context, as I make clear, that of the significant or substantial weight that I attach to the public realm. So, if you like, it's in addition to an additional level of weight attached to that, and that's again is a big distinction between myself and Mr. Glasgow, who actually has no weight to exemplary design of public realm.
And we're going to see this documented in the table that the inspector's asked to be done after you've done your piece, if you like. So then can we move on to heritage benefits? I mean, we know that there are heritage benefits, which, if you like, all the main parties agree there are heritage benefits. There's a falling out about there are other heritage benefits, if you like, but there are certainly some which are common ground. And I wonder if you can just help, please, as to the approach that you consider should be adopted in when it comes to the weighing process, putting all these things in the weighing scales. Yeah,
the benefits are set out in my proof, para 9.35. I list 4 heritage benefits. For the avoidance of doubt, they're taken directly from the GLA Stage 1 report for the 2018 scheme. The reference is paragraph 58 of that report. So I don't think I'm a lone voice in expressing that view. That's also the view of the Strategic Planning Authority in relation to this scheme. And those are direct benefits, restoring the fabric of the listed terrace. And of course, I'm talking about the benefit to the conservation area. The listed terrace is within the conservation area. That's also a benefit to the conservation area. But restoring the fabric of this terrace and as it's common ground, and I've said clearly in my proof that in addition to recognising and attaching great weight to heritage harm, you also attach great weight to heritage benefits. And in that sense, whilst Mr. Stewart said, great weight, small harm in relation to harm, I don't think this is a small benefit. This is actually restoring a series of listed buildings in a way that seems to me a fairly significant intervention directly in the fabric of listed buildings that are widely recognised as having been, frankly, chopped about. So, substantial weight in my view. And as we know, Mr. Glasgow, doesn't refer to that in his planning balance in his proof. He now recognises the restoration is a public benefit, but then, and I have to say, to me, it inexplicably attaches only limited weight. I think that's just wrong, but maybe the reason he's done so is this point about double counting impact. In other words, in the balancing scales, you balance the benefit and the harm. And if you say, well, there's a benefit to a heritage benefit, but I also think there are harms, therefore I'm reducing weight to the benefit, the heritage benefit, you're double counting the harm. And it seems to say, I in my evidence, am absolutely clear that you attach great weight to heritage harm. That's not something I dispute. It seems only fair that you would attach great weight to heritage benefit, particularly its direct benefit, rather than a settings indirect harm.
Okay, all right, thank you very much indeed. And then obviously both schemes are predominantly about office space, employment space, so that's an acknowledged benefit. It's not one of the ones that the parties are fighting about as a benefit, but of course there's the issue of weight to be given to the benefit, and we know that Mr. Glasgow sort of takes the shine off the point by saying, well, there's a target in the plan and we can meet the target without relying on the usage of courts, etc., etc. So what would you say, please, in relation to the employment space and that as a benefit?
Yeah, well, I'd say there's a whole raft of evidence of the employment benefits in my proof and appendices, the Volterra work, and the letter from GPE and the report prepared by Cushman and JLL.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Mr. Glasgow takes any issue. He said he didn't take any issue with the commercial demand evidence in Appendix 2. And I think that, well, I attach significant weight to that, and for the reasons I'll come on to explain. When I've talked about the policy SP4 referring to at least 460,000 square meters, and it's not a cap. But I think the reason Mr. Glasgow only attaches moderate weight to this benefit, and then significant weight to affordable workspace, I think appears to be on the basis of this notional sort of capacity of allocated sites against this minimum forecast. And that's based on this employment land study undertaken in 2016. And I think the big point of difference, because I'm not suggesting that if you do the numerical exercise of looking at what could potentially be supported on sites against that minimum figure, you could get there. I mean, I'm not sure it's a great use of inquiry time. I think it ignores the commercial realities which are facing us, which is what Appendix 1 and 2 demonstrate. Plan allocations don't necessarily translate into deliverable consents. Plan allocations do not go through the scrutiny and rigor of, for example, this procedure. So as the sites allocated, particularly on the basis that we know that allocated sites are still likely to be causing, in the views of Historic England, heritage harm, then it's not. There can't be an assumption that they're all going to be deliverable. But in any event, there are multiple uncertainties. Many of the sites, as I understand it, are not owned by the applicants. They would be basically being sold on. There's uncertainties about planning, but in particular funding in the current circumstances, where the consistent message from all the commercial advice that I am aware of and from my general practice is that debt funding is becoming incredibly difficult, and that's an issue that GPE, the applicant in this case, appellant in this case, don't have the same degree of problem. They're a business that can internally fund and develop their own sites, so they own the site. They have internal funding and ability to deliver the site, and an absolute commitment to deliver the site. Not a legal commitment, but a stated commitment, and I think that's also something that is stated to their shareholders. They're a major PLC. It's not a statement that they would make lightly. And I think the other point to make is it's about the quality of the space and the occupier requirements, which, again, just picking out themes from the advice, is amenity rich, it's flexible, it's large footplates of grade A space, it's sustainable, because the polarization in the office market towards those rare key buildings, which, let's remind ourselves, that's what the Russian doll of focusing down onto this site, that's what it's about in part, is global headquarter offices, is not just some quantitative exercise of looking at all these sites and adding it up on some sort of notional planning assumption about site capacity. It's actually the commercial ability to deliver that. It's the temporal issue of like when it's needed. We heard Mr. Villas talking about, these are requirements that Guys and Kings have now. They're not requirements that, it's fine if they're met by 2026. It's actually, this is the real world. So I think that, if you align that to the strategy for this area and this qualitative dimension, and rather than being, if you like, seduced by just saying, well, any old space in the borough, as long as it meets the target, then, when it happens and in what form it happens, if at all, it rather misses the point. And that's why I think there is a distinction between myself and Mr. Glasgow on the weight we attach to this. I attach very substantial weight. He attaches, I think, moderate weight.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
I think the affordable, again, I've mentioned Mr. Villa's comments and I've got the letter from Kings. Again, this is a point just points of just a clarity. I attach moderate weight to that, but again, it's cumulative. I'm attaching moderate additional weight to that over and above the weight of delivering the prime grade A office space. And I reach an overall conclusion that the economic benefits of either scheme would be very substantial. Yeah. So that includes the affordable.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So if we can then move on, please. So you've talked about the public realm and so on, and the elevated gardens. And if we move on to transport benefits, but within transport benefits, can you just say something, please, specifically about the new station entrance and exit? I mean, we know that from reading your evidence and Mr. Glasgow's, and when the table appears, this is one of the ones where you're really far apart. And you see it in your evidence, you say an extraordinary benefit, an exceptional benefit, and he sees it as doesn't give that much weight to it. So you're quite apart on this. So can you just help, please, as to why it is that you've said what you've said in your evidence about this particular point?
Yeah, well, I think you have to go back to, and I don't propose doing so, but just remember the overarching strategy, the town centre, the opportunity area, the CAS, all the policies about creating accessible locations, enhancing accessibility of sites, transport infrastructure, permeability and linkages. These are, I mean, they might be achieved by a relatively sort of minor intervention in the sense of removing a wall that's currently a barrier, but it's clearly more than that. But the consequence of that, I think, is very significant. And although TfL object in relation to servicing, they identify the benefits of that. Again, don't know if need to call it up, but their objection, CDC 24, lists the benefits. And
that's CDC court document C24, which is their letter of objection. But although they object in relation to the servicing, in that same letter, do they explain the benefits as they see it?
And yes, exactly. And again, I think even if it weren't, I genuinely don't know the answer as to whether the view is taken that it's required as mitigation or it's necessary. But it seems to me it doesn't really matter whether it is or isn't. You look at what the benefits it delivers are, and what it delivers are that direct permeable access. It contributes to this highly accessible public realm. It addresses demonstrable congestion on Borough High Street and the pavement there. It creates greater attractiveness for the cluster as in terms of accessibility as a location. And say TfL identify a number of specific transport benefits. So I would say that's not use the expression common or garden benefit. I don't work on many projects. I work on some, but I don't work on many projects which actually deliver a new London Underground station entrance and the accessibility that brings.
Okay, now before we come to top these up, if you like, I just wondered if we could just divert to just with the point you've just made in mind. So here we are with two tall building proposals on the same site in St Thomas Street, where we know there are existing and permitted tall buildings. And I just wonder whether we can just see the extent to which the public benefits that you've described are, if you like, unusual or unique. So if we take the run of tall buildings, permitted and built or permitted not yet built. So if we just think about we've already had the free public accessible gardens, and you told us that's unique. Now, within our site, we actually have a series of listed buildings which we are, it's agreed, going to enhance, and that's perceived to be a heritage benefit by the key players at the inquiry, not just us, if you like.
Yeah.
Is that unusual or unique, or has that been done elsewhere with these other towers along St Thomas Street in this cluster?
I'm not aware. I'll stand corrected if I've missed something, but I'm not aware that any of them involve the restoration, refurbishment of listed buildings.
Thank you. And the new station entrance.
Yeah.
Is that unusual or unique along St Thomas Street in this cluster?
I'm not aware of any of the other proposals involving a new station entrance.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So if I look at the overarching policy approach to this area, this and say the public realm and exemplary design, but I suppose you'd say the exemplary design is is almost a given. But these are all, in my view, these are all a compelling set of benefits.
Yeah. Okay. So if we come to add them all up, so we know in your brief you've done that, and we know in Mr. Glasgow's brief. I asked him specifically about this. He hasn't sort of added all these benefits up to come to a cumulative view, and I asked him whether he had a cumulative view, and he, for whatever reason, for the reasons he explained, didn't give us one. So just in contrast, so where do you stand, as you have actually sort of formed an overall view about the weight of these benefits collected together? Where do you stand?
Yeah, well, if you collect, and again, I haven't done this mathematically, but if you look at my conclusions in relation to the sort of scale I've used of moderate and substantial and very substantial, and we'll set this out in a table for you, Mum, obviously. And I don't think there's actually any. I think Mr. Glasgow might use the word significant. I might use the word substantial. But I think what we'll be able to do is set out a comparable scale and terminology, and it's clear that individually I've identified a number of benefits that attach moderate, substantial, in some cases very substantial weight. And if you add those together in cumulative terms, it's clear to me that you don't need to put a statistical numerical assessment to say that if you add them all together cumulatively, you get a package of benefits that would carry, in my view, very substantial weight.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Good. And then can we just go to conclusions, please? Just a few conclusions. Obviously, in your main proof, you draw all these points together, but can we just take a few key points? So can we just sum this up as you see it, if you like, and then we're sort of think, well, wait a minute, what if you're wrong on this or that? So if we just take it first of all as you see it all, we know from your proof that your overall conclusion is that the proposals accord with the development plan when read as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of material considerations, you've just told us about the public benefits and what you think of those. And so we also know in your proof, don't we, that in relation to the heritage side of the equation, relying on the evidence of Mr. Stewart, etc., you then do the 202 exercise.
Yeah.
Conclude the public benefits outweigh the heritage harm. So that's as you see it, that's all set out in your evidences, which we've read, I'm sure. So then let's just sort of fall back to trying to imagine, well, what if? So if we think about the development plan, let's just, for the sake of the point, imagine that the view is formed that because in relation to heritage there is admitted harm to some of the heritage assets, and we certainly don't claim that we're enhancing the outstanding and universal value of the Tower of London World Heritage Site. So imagine the view is formed that through an addition of points like that, it's decided that the scheme does not accord with the plan when read as a whole. You touch on this in your evidence, but what in those circumstances would you say about the material consideration side of the equation, the public benefits here? How would you play that against a conclusion, if one is reached, that there isn't accordance with the plan when read as a whole?
Yeah, I think if that view was taken, and let's say it's not the view the Mayor took in relation to Vinegar Yard in similar circumstances, but if it was taken, I think the very substantial package of public benefits in this case would constitute material considerations, which would a compelling package of public benefits, which I think would warrant a decision other than in accordance with the development plan. In other words, would support an approval. even if there was judged to be some, but there is some conflict with certain development plan policies. But if a conclusion was reached that on balance was non-compliance with the plan as a whole, I think the material considerations would still support the grant of plan permission for either scheme or both schemes.
Either scheme or both schemes, you'd say?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. And then the last point in similar vein is, so who knows what the inspector, let alone the Secretary of State, is going to make of all this evidence on heritage and so on and so forth. The inspector's got a range of different views. Let's say that the conclusion in due course is reached that Mr. Stewart sort of really got it quite wrong, if you like, and either the council or Historic England or both of them or something close to their views is the final conclusion, that there is, more harm than Mr. Stewart has assessed to heritage. It's all still less than substantial, but it's at that. Some of it's towards middle, less than substantial, some of it's towards upper, less than substantial, etc., etc. All as they say. What do you then say about the 202 weighing the scales exercise? Because we've got to try and cover all these different possible eventualities.
Yeah.
So, what would you say in those circumstances, vis-a-vis the public benefits as against that greater amount, and also greater extent in terms of the degree of less than substantial harm?
I would still conclude on that basis that by any definition, there's no suggestion of substantial harm, that the range of harms adopting Southwark's and Historic England's evidence that would be higher in a number of areas than Mr. Stewart concludes. I would still conclude that on the basis that's largely setting and therefore indirect, and its definition of less than substantial, i.e., not serious, but clearly to be given great weight. But I have to say that I would still conclude that the compelling package of public benefits in this case would justify an approval, even if UMALM or the Secretary of State judged that on that scale the council or Historic England are right to say that is a bit higher in some cases. I still think overall the balance would be in favour of approval, because I think this is a very compelling and dare I say unique in this area package of benefits, and I think that those many parts of the development plan strategy that this contributes to are really important considerations, which weigh heavily in my view in that overall balance.
Good, thank you very much indeed. With apologies for overrunning our time estimate, ma'am. That's the evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 with cross-examination, but you find not to have to isolate yourself tonight. So,
difficult questions to ask me. I'm
You certainly won't want to talk to these two then,
so I think not 17 hours tomorrow, is it? Examination.
No, I think my time estimate was a little less. It might be a little longer because of the amount of examination in chief. Inevitably, there are some points arising from that, but maybe sort of between 3 and 4 hours.
Okay, that's fine. And for Historic England?
I don't think I'm going to have any questions.
Okay.
So that will save us.
Nab some Historic
Yeah.
England time. Okay.
You're welcome to have my half an hour.
Okay, and I was glad you mentioned the table, because I was going to remind you about the homework just in case you'd forgotten. So good.
Certainly by Friday. I don't think we'll be endeavouring to do it before then.
I think Mr. Glasgow's on the I was going to say field trip site visit. Field trip. So. So okie dokie.
I think lost his fallacy along the way.
Fair enough. Okie dokie. Right. Well, we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Is there any other housekeeping points? No, we're all done. Great. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Cheers.